Spooky! Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun. As you can see, me and Doge here are in our funny ghost outfits. Hopefully you all like our ghost outfits. Hello Calais, how are we doing today? Kind of a chilly morning here in Japan. As you can, I admit this is not a clan outfit. I am simply a funny ghost. There is nothing. Why do you guys think it? Yeah, I'm just a ghost because it's Halloween. Halloween is in 3 days, so obviously I think we have to talk a little bit about a bit of spooky games. You ready to be a little bit spooked? I think horror is one of the most difficult genres. One of the, if not the most difficult genre to pull off in TRPGs. You may be saying, but why? Why is, why is horror so difficult, Notepad? The answer is pretty simple, because horror is a lot about atmosphere. Horror is a lot about building up and a lot of visuals. So let's look at one of the let's look at like one of the best actual not Halloween movies. Halloween movie. There we go. We'll do like one of the like quintessential horror movies. Halloween with Michael Myers. Just the look, the sound, the theme, everything about it is so perfect for this kind of world, for this thing. To get the accurate version of Halloween, you have to have everything. It would be very different if the entirety of Halloween was lit like this. And I think lighting, I think special effects, I think actors, all very important. Similar to something like Freddy Krueger, for example. Freddy Krueger works because it's Freddy, the way he acts, the way he moves, the music, the visuals. I think that's like one of the hardest things when it comes to TRPGs, is that that's something you don't have. Yeah. Best we've managed, yeah. It's nice ghost costume. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it says, hello, I'm Casper. I don't know what the issue is. I think the problem with horror games really boils down to, again, that it's an audio-visual medium. And that audio-visual medium needs those stings. Think about if you were watching a horror movie with no music, with no, stings. It's a very different movie. It's a very different genre, almost. This isn't even dealing with, all the subgenres of horror, because you get in some classic ones like slasher flicks. So, if we look at something like Michael Myers, we look at, if we look at something like Jason Voorhees, Jason is the quintessential slasher villain. The hockey mask, the ragged clothes, everything here. Jason is the slasher villain, and the slasher villain runs at you at high speeds, willing to dismember you because you look wrong. And that's the and all right, but you also have things like do you consider fucking Silent Hill 2 to be a horror product? Yeah, I'd say it's a horror. Is it a slasher? No, good God. That's arguably one of the main points, is that it's not that at all. And then you have, of course, cosmic horror. You're more like, oh wow, cosmic horror stuff, which you don't even have to deal with anything too radical, if that makes sense. With cosmic horror, sometimes it's just very simple stuff. But I think when it comes to like TRPGs, when you say horror TTRPG, it's like Call of Cthulhu, and the first thing that you really see is this. Like, you see an investigator shooting a tentacle monster. You see City of God, for example, which I actually think is pretty good. Like City of God, for example, which is a very certain surreal kind of horror. But it's like, are all of these horror? I guess. They're usually a little bit more forward, a little bit more weird in that regard. And I think that's one of the strangest aspects of, or slash, or you can get slash, which is literally fucking Dead by Daylight. I think that's like one of the hardest parts when it comes to TRPG horror, is that it's very much dependent on the group, it's very much dependent on the GM, it's very dependent on a lot of things. But if we think about like the quintessential horror TRPGs, Call of Cthulhu, for probably the first one in everyone's mind. Oogie boogie, there's a monster, what do? Shoot it with a gun. Don't think about it too hard. We probably are thinking of Delta Green, which is also a cosmic horror scenario. I mean, this is the fall of Delta Green. You know, the real spooks were the government agents we had to deal with along the way. Then you're looking at like more, I wouldn't say niche, but like more specific ones. Probably the most famous one would be World of Darkness, which is gothic horror. Something we'll be talking about today a little bit, actually. You know, kind of the idea of the World of Darkness is by itself a horror franchise. It is. But what other horror games can you think of at the top of your head? Yeah, I don't know. Pan's Labyrinth the only. Yeah, Pan's Labyrinth, kind of. I mean, usually, yeah. What makes horror X is it heebies my jeebies. That's totally subjective. Yeah, that's one of those beyond the supernatural. Even then, it's like cult. Cult hasn't been relevant in a very long time. I think people forget that sometimes. Like the last cult was this, but generally speaking, I think like most, like if you were to look at the concept of a horror TTRPG, they usually fall into three categories, which is one, uh, cosmic horror shooty bang bang, i.e. Call of Cthulhu. Now, I would like, well, Call of Cthulhu isn't about shooting anything. The first images you really find about is the monsters there. It's a Call of Cthulhu game. I think that's the unfortunate aspect of it, is that we know what it is, and it's an easy thing that you can kind of pivot away from strictly trying to be scary, and the scary aspect is that you are a fragile character going up against something that is very not fragile. You've got like kind of more of like the gothic personal, kind of the gothic personal LARP horror, your cults, your World of Darknesses, things like that. More on like trying to be more introspective. Usually, maybe the real monster was mad. Another shit like that. This does kind of descend more into we want to have sex with vampires. Though this does lead to 3, which is based off a horror property. And that's always one of those funny things where it's like, yeah, this is based off a property that is a horror game. And what do? Like, yes, I want to make a Dead Space TTRPG. Yep, here's my Dead Space TRPG bottom text. Yes, here is my Callisto Protocol. TTRPG. Like, yes. I've always wanted to play John Callisto. Do you like my Callisto Protocol? TTRPG? Bottom text? Unknown Armies kind of falls into horror, I think, as well. Yeah, but again, it's one of those things where it's... Those are the big ones. I think they're putting so funny, you know. I think, like, one of the big things is that usually, like, horror might be a... Dungeons and Dragons is not a horror game. And yet, Ravenloft exists, which is specifically a gothic horror setting. And I think that's a big idea of it, is horror is usually ends up as a sub-facet of another game or another aspect. It's like you can have the horror element, but we don't really need it. We don't really think it's that important. But thinking about that, we have 3 games today. Those 3 games, something a little bit weird. But I just saw one praising thing I forgot because I didn't focus on being scary all the time. It allows dread to grow and let characters become more familiar, makes scary more effective. Yeah. I think Black Void does a very good job of that. Black Void does not make things scary, it makes things very mundane, and that's why it's scary. It's like, yes, a cosmic horror beyond the colors of time is just a thing that happens. Deal with it. Fuck you. And it's more, you have to kind of play on more, how do I want to word it? You have to play on more the players and the things that make players afraid as they're then necessarily here is the spooky. Not even to say like, oh, I know my friend doesn't like spiders, I'm going to put giant spiders in the game. No, not like that, but like, oh shit, this could happen, or fuck, this is really like a dangerous, anytime we get into a fight, someone might die pretty easily. I think that instills a certain kind of fear, but it's very hard to get that fear across 4 players. It's a lot of little things. It's not very simple. Very fascinating. But we have 3 games we're going to be covering today. Let me open up my folder. To spook for me. So our 3 games we're going to be covering is slasher flick, specifically the director's cut. I read through the base version. If you have the base version, you effectively have the game. It just doesn't look as nice. We're going to be going through the SCP TRPG, the 2nd edition, which I have thoughts on. I think our capstone, though, is Curseborne, otherwise known as We Have the World of Darkness at Home. Wait, it has a 2nd edition? It has a free 2nd edition. Also, why are you dressed in Easter parade outfit for Halloween? I am a spooky ghost. Why do people keep thinking I'm Catholic? I am a spooky ghost. Look, woo! I can fly. And I turn green. You people wanted me to dress up as a ghost, so I dressed up as a ghost. You people. I appreciate my Halloween outfits. You look a little doge than it is. Oh, we got a manly co-host. Oh yes, of course. Here's Ghost. I'll have you know, this joke took me like, this was like a 90 level joke, and I thought it was really funny. Immediately gunned down in the streets of fucking Belize. It was the Ghost from Call of Duty. Alright, sorry. Russian on Russian violence. How does it happen? But yes, we've got our 3 here today. All of them are a little odd in their own right, but today we're going to start with slasher flick. So what is slasher flick? Well, I think the name kind of gives you a rundown of what we're working with here, and the first picture does as well. In the original like base version, this is the cover to give you an idea. So, slasher flick is a horror game, very specific kind of horror franchise, otherwise known as slasher movies. Now, if we let's see, is this gonna work? Yes, it does. Awesome. So, if we look up slasher flick right now by Slasher Flick TTRPG, you're going to find quite a few of these different games out there, I will say. There are dozens. Oh goodness, hello, thank you very much. Sounds like I fears personal, which is anything that makes audience fill in the blank more effective. Ah, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, goodness gracious, why do you people do this to me? I am but a humble lol farmer. That is all I do. I am but a humble clown. But Slasher Flick itself is by Spectrum Games. You might know Spectrum Games because of Cartoon Action Hour and Cartoon Action Hour. They have a few different games that they've made over time. And usually their games are extremely thematic, if that makes sense. It is theme over everything. Yeah, and even like bonded by youth. You can't even see that. Usually they're pretty usually they're very colorful. Not necessarily colorful isn't the right word. Usually they're very thematically on point. Yeah, they're very thematically on point, or they have some things that just double down on the concepts a lot more, if that makes sense. So you see things like the quest builders like Urban Manhunt, like, oh yeah, what's Urban Manhunt all about? It's about, well, being cops, and like here's a miniature game about all of the things here. Okay. Hey, it's Cartoon Action Hour. I want to play an action game, a cartoon game. Oh, look, it's Heaps and Villains and Stories from the Grave and Biff Bam Kapow and shit like that. Usually a lot of these are very, how do I want to word it? Theme means more than anything. The Spectrum. And I like Spectrum because of that. I always have had a soft spot for Spectrum games. The main person arguably behind Spectrum games is Cynthia. She is pretty much, yeah, Cynthia Miller is effectively the driving force behind literally everything. Cynthia Celeste Miller. She is effectively the, be-all, end-all of all of these. You may be wondering, Notepad, why don't you just go to their website? Well, fun story about the website. As you see here, well, the website's not here anymore. How strange. What's going on? What's the well, as you can see, Spectrum Games' website got taken over by a bunch of Indian casinos. I don't know when it happened. If I were to be a guessing man, it happened very early in 2025. Nope, that's not it. It either happened very early in 25 or very late into 24. It's kind of hard to get a good idea there. Last one I found was in, let me see if this one good. You can't even see a lot of these are not even saved properly. Like 5 minutes, and Notepad's dead as a spooky ghost. Figured, but I need to ask. Yeah, so this is the last time that I relatively found them in May. Looks like they haven't like posted it a lot, but yeah, their website, most likely their website lapsed for a few minutes effectively, and another company kind of bought it up. Kind of a shame. Hopefully they can get that fixed, but I guess you don't really need a website these days anymore, right? But yeah, a lot of different games here. Like Slasher Flick originally, if we go right here to the original Slasher Flick, came out in 2009. Slasher Flick is pretty old. It is older than this, technically. The director's cut. Let me see if I can find it. The director's cut. You kind of see here, there's a lot of Slasher Flick actually available. Like, wow, there's a lot here. Like, yes. This is the director's cut. This is what we'll be kind of going over today. I think we have an older version out of the catalog in 2010. So this is about 15 years old now. Actually, I think it just turned 15. Yeah, it turned 15 not too long ago. Platinum seller, very reliable, very good games. And I like I like Spectrum. I think Spectrum is Spectrum's one of those companies that always feels like it should be like way better known, but it just kind of isn't. And I always find that to be a crying shame. No drama, no like weird like, oh man, it's Cynthia actually eats babies or something. No, it's very very reliable. Yeah. Kind of even see here, like, yes, more user-friendly, quick fills, get the game up and running. They pretty much took a lot of these, like, bunch of the little expansions they made for the original version, kind of merged them in with base Slasher Flick. So, oh, you up. There we go. So, obviously, I think we need some help. No, I think you gotta really double down on that. While I get everything set up, let's run ads. Because I've heard Spectrum Casino Resort and Spa ads in the radio. Nah, nothing like that. No, Spectrum's good people. They're, again, the website probably lapsed for, again, half a second, and that's really all that it takes. Let me, get my boy ready. Because I did make a character for this. The characters aren't too complicated in the slightest, to the point where you can have 2 characters on a single sheet. So, obviously, though, I think we need some help. And who we're going to be using to help us is going to be Chad Kensington. Chad Kensington is going to be helping us explain how to survive a slasher flick as a primary character, because he is the preppy guy. Look at this chiseled jaw. Look at those A10 eyes. He knows. He's ready to avoid getting chopped. Dun, 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 dun. You may be looking at this being like, wow, this looks really simple. And the answer is yes, it is. So, really the first introduction to this. Yeah, but Seth is bringing back help. Seth isn't coming back. Like, one of the most important things is, like, this game really sets up the nature of slasher movies and why slasher movies are the way that it is. Even kind of helping, like, no, don't say that there's winners and losers. There's the director and there are players. And technically each game is known as a flick. Yes, you're not really supposed to play this for multiple sessions. You can if you want, but it's a flick. It is literally a movie that you are playing. If you want to do a one-shot, Slasher Flick is really good for that, actually. because it is built to be about a movie. And if you get about 3 hours, you can play through a full movie of a slasher flick pretty easily. Yeah, a lot of very basic stuff. I think like one of the way that's big here is that there's a lot of improv in this game. You should really only be rolling if you absolutely have to, and even then this is one of those very low roll games. If you think you need to make a roll for something or you need to make a check for something, you really you really got to think like, is this actually needed? Or am I wanting to call a check because of what I think it is? There's a lot more. Anytime a roll is called down, you should really think that there is a noticeable problem or a noticeable, good thing happening. Oh man, I had to climb across the rickety bridge to get across. There's no danger and there's no problems. They climb across the rickety bridge. It's not really a problem per se. It just happens. Whoa, attributes of my word rather than numbers. Come on, this bodes well. You have to play character the most stereotypical 80s slut. Yes. Unironically, you do play it that way, Pistolier. You are rewarded for it, actually, quite heavily by playing a stereotype. So, a lot of improvising. So, the base system is a little bit strange. It'll make more sense later. But I like the artwork. I like there. So, it goes very hard into what slasher films are. Tropes and cliches. There are couples have relationship stuff and like a lot of here. You're like, but why? Like, what's going on? Like this, they want to set you up for it a lot. So let's begin with the death sequence. There are a lot to be reliance on women's intuitions. Flashlights are unreliable devices, cutting out the most inopportune times. Killers enjoy grabbing victims through windows, feed on fear, and are harmless to those that don't fear them. Barricades his room. The killer is certainly either already in the room or finds another way in. Slumber. Yeah, slumber parties are perfect venues. Killers can often memorize their hunting grounds. Yeah, it's they want you to get into the mindset of that you are a crazy lunatic slasher villain. And as a crazy lunatic slasher villain, you kind of gotta double down on it. Black Christmas, Halloween, Friday the 13th. I prefer 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street. And yeah, Cynthia does comment on every single movie. Every single movie. I very find it funny. And it's like, yeah, hell yeah. See, they even talk about Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon. If you haven't watched that movie, try to find it. It's actually a pretty good movie. Oh, she likes Thing. Scream, Child's Play. Yeah, no, she likes this. This is, you gotta remember this, Sock. Cynthia fucking loves every single thing she makes. And I always respect that from her. Do I think her game design 101 are perfect? Sometimes. Sometimes it's good, sometimes I don't much care for it. But every time I'll always say she's got passion for what she's doing. And I always respect it. But yeah, no, it's like all of those there. Very Midnight Meat Train, even the Midnight Movie. Yeah. Most of the characters are going to be broken down into two categories. You got your primary characters and your secondary characters. These are what players play. If your primary character is not on screen, you are probably playing a secondary character. Secondary characters are the other guys. You know, the other ones. The ones that die off screen. Or the one that don't die off screen. The ones that die in increasingly bizarre ways leading up to the finale. And your primary characters are our titular heroes. Chad Kensington is a primary character. He is a good guy. He is the hero, bottom text. You as players do play tertiary or the killer. I do like how the way they make the killer though. So each player one, they share everyone. By default, the idea is like all the secondary characters are in a pile in the middle of the table effectively. So everyone's like, oh, I'm going to play Billy Bob. Okay. Oh, I'm going to play, Christine. Ah, okay. Everyone's can kind of pick and choose if they're not on screen, a secondary character is. You can do the set in stone method. This is what they prefer, but it kind of depends on what your group is. But we have our 4 stats: brawn, finesse, brains, and spirit. And these are poor, normal, or good. These make a lot more sense in context. Oh, yes. Cynthia does this with a majority of her other games. Like Spectrum's entire claim to fame is genre emulation. So they really want to double down on the emulation, and they want to tell you exactly what they're inspired by. But we've got our qualities, we've got our stats. Qualities are things that we're good at. Chad Kensington, for example, is very good at running away in terror. He has great dance moves. He's a California girl male. He's got that otterbod. But penalties, such as a head full of air, also are bad. We don't like having those. There's specific ineptitude, weaknesses, or flaws. Acts like a bitch, trips a lot, runs out of breath. So anytime we are making a stat check, we take 2 dice and we roll them together. No, let me grab. Yeah, let's see. It's 2 dice of identical money. Wait, is it D10? Oh, rolls 4 dice. Okay, let me attempt to get. You know what? I've got some D6s here. Let me grab my D6s. So, for example, I need to make a stat check. I need to make a finesse check. So with my finesse check, since it is good, I roll D6s. If I was brains, I would roll D10s, and if it's normal, I roll D8s. So I'm making my finesse check, and good news! I've got 2 5s, so that's a match. I succeed. I also got 2 1s. I also succeed. That means I've got, the zap count, a total match, for example, would be 4 matching numbers. So I got 4 matches. Awesome. Cool. So awesome. Now, let's say, for example, I got a 3, a 2, a 5, and a 1. This is 0 matches. I have failed my check. As long as you get 1 matching quality, you're good. That's the main thing. Do you get 1 match? For most checks. It's only a problem when you get multiple problems. So, if you have a good quality here, for example, finesse, yes, my dance moves will come in. I get to add an extra die. Wow, look everyone. Oh, 1 1 1. Cool, I got a bunch of successes. Oh, cool. However, if we were to say have a problem, such as my brains, let me grab my D10s here. So, because Chad Kensington is as stupid as she is, Because Chad Kensington is stupid, instead of rolling 4d10, he only rolled 3d10 and needs to get a match to even succeed, which is exceedingly unlikely. That is the core loop of the game. That is the core mechanic. Really, particularly, like, really the only way to modify difficulty is add die, remove die. The absolute hardest you can get a check currently in the game is you have your worst stat. You have two, and what that means you have 2d10s. You have 3d10s, and then you have a penalty on top of that, meaning that you have 3d10s, which then you remove another die because you are in difficulty for 2d10, try to match them, which much more difficult if you understand that. Sometimes we'll be rolling for toppers, otherwise known as 6s, 8s, 10s, and things like that. Really, this only plays into certain scenes, during killer scenes, for example. That's the only thing that really matters for it. I do like the term toppers, though, so I'll probably end up using them later on. So, what's an opposed check? Whoa! Well, you both roll and try to get a result. If you are better than them, you might adjust the dice. If you are worse than them, you also adjust the die. You never actually go against the killer, because if you do, you get fucked up. This does lead to freakouts. Hey, you find something spooky. So what you do is you make a spirit check, and if you make a spirit check, cool, you succeed and you don't freak out. If you are freaked out, the problem is anytime you make a check now, you have to make a spirit check. If you fail, the GM makes the worst decision. It's kind of janky, but it works. Yeah, like, they do have, like, oh, if you do get into a fight, this is how it... Yeah, this is how it actually works, but, fight or flight. So, now we get to the main meat and potatoes of this game, which is the kill scenes. This is why you're here, right? You don't watch a horror movie for the fucking drama before the knife comes out, right? Kill scenes are whenever a killer shows up and wants to kill someone, a kill scene begins. So, oh no, what's going on? Effectively, you are narrating one of those scenes where the killer is hunting you down to kill you. Everything is based off of survival points here. Survival points are very important. Now, you can, first things first is everyone decides who gets initiative. Now, the thing is, how do we choose initiative is, well, you make a finesse check. This, rather than in some games like, oh, is initiative's really important, initiative's not too important, if that makes sense. Not like the most important thing in the world. If you have multiple players, multiple like characters, it might be important, but whoever has initiative gets to say, I get to act first, you get to act first. When it comes to the killer saying, I'm going to act first, they're like, I'm going to chop your fucking face off. Hello. What's being used? Player modifiers, narrates results of the check. The big thing is, killers never roll. Killers do not fail in their attacks. If the killer says he brings down his machete attempting to chop your face off, he does not fail. He cannot roll badly and fail that. You fail the check. And you fail the check to defend yourself. I think this means a lot. It gives a very different vibe, if that makes sense, than what you would normally think. Then we have survival points. So, how do we How do we survive? So, anytime we are making a check, anytime we are doing things in a kill scene, we are generating survival points. So let me grab where where I want to put the little picture. I want to put the picture. Okay, I didn't want to put that there. So now I want to copy, paste, paste, paste. You think I would? You think I would learn how to do this by now? But where is my tools? Basic tools, comment marking tools. Ah, there we go. So, for example, yeah, I got my manly here. Let's say, for example, every matching result. Oh no, we're running away from Jason because he wants to rip our face off. Cool, I roll my dice and 1 4. I got a 4, 2 4s. So move my survival track up just a little bit. I have no results. I have no results. Uh-oh. No results. I lose survival points. And I go down. It's much easier to lose survival points than it is to gain survival points. You gain them very slowly, unless you roll toppers. If you end up, for example, with 6s, if you roll dual 6s, you get D3. D3 plus 1. Which is pretty good. That's 2 points. Oh, wow, cool. But on the other hand, well, yeah, each war and console matching result. Check generates 4 matching toppers. The kill scene ends immediately, favorably. This is kind of the main way of getting out of most scenarios is, oh wow, cool. We rolled a bunch of we rolled a bunch of things and we went and we're doing really well. Or we're getting, oh cool. Yeah, we're increasing these pretty actively. On the other hand, things can go very wrong very quickly and you die very fast. Don't get attached to characters. Because if you generate all ones, you just die immediately. This does lead to, like, a weird situation. The weirdest situation is by sheer technicality. These two results become increasingly unlikely the less skilled you are. If Chad may never succeed at his brains check, but he won't completely flub it either. However, with his finesse, he has a higher chance of rolling all ones as well as rolling all 6s. It's a little thing. Goes down, the killer escapes. However, characters below 0 kill scenes unfavorably. Case in point. Yeah, matching ones in crucial checks. Oh no, matching ones don't do. You can lose survival points. Kill scenes involving multiple characters. Let me see if I can find one of the... Oh, did they change that from the base game? I think yeah, I think they changed it. In the original version, Must have not seen it. Let me open up the original version real fast. Hello. Same idea, don't worry. Came out earlier, so some of the games on are not actually on there. It was no. Oh, it's later. That's what it is. It's later on. It's in the character section. Yeah, effectively, main characters start with 1. Secondary characters actually have 0. So what does having 0 mean? It means that if you fuck up 1 check, you die. Now, normally they have the thing of, I don't want to word this. Normally you need 8, and these things can last a long time or be very short depending on pure luck. Generally speaking, yeah, capacity to produce sequences lasts a good amount of time. You can choose to use different approach. Certain number of crucial checks in order to scene to end favorably. Normal is 5. Low 0 before designated number of checks. Yeah. Effectively, I think the big thing when it comes down to the checks in general, kind of think about it as a 5 or 8 rule. 5 checks. It's 5 checks, or you get 8 survival points. And I think like Final Confrontation, you got to get all those survival points. But it's like, okay, cool. I've built up to like 4, but I've survived 5 checks. I'm at 4 survival points. That's all I have now. That's all I have to work with. While hitting 8 is like, good, you did something good. Good things are happening to you now. However, something's going wrong. It's a little thing. I think it could be a little bit odd because it can go on a while, especially if it's kind of mediocre results are all around. I'm hearing window noises. They are the true horror. Yeah, window noises. Yeah, always, yeah. Very few kill scenes involving multiple characters. Most of the time when it comes to like multiple characters, you don't need. If there are 3 characters running around with their head cut off, the killer's gonna hyper focus on one. If they choose to stay together, then you have to deal with it together. Reaches required total land in his favor. The director determines whether the kill scene's over for everyone or just that character. Or the kill scenes continue for everyone else, though. My thing would probably be like everyone's kind of scrambling and trying to build it up, and the first one to hit the dead is fucked, and that's when the scene ends. You don't want the scene to end too early until you've built up things. On the other hand, you have to understand that, well, there's only so much you can do. My mom just sent me a photo of the store she's in, and it's Christmas already. I want you to know that Christmas has officially killed Halloween in a fucking drive-by shooting in the streets of Buenos Aires. Even here, like this, like the example kill scene goes on for a while, and you can make these go pretty fast, but I would say keep that 8-5 rule in mind. You either hit 8 survival points, or you do 5 rounds, 5 checks. I would say use that mostly for like main characters. If you want to be a dick, if you want to speed things up, if you have a lot of secondary characters on accident, do the same thing, but after 5 crucial checks, if they have not reached over like 4 or 5, they die. It's like, yeah, you fuck up. So. Why? Because they're secondary characters. They're supposed to die. Secondary characters die horribly off screen. Oh, jeez. I know my mom is, but my mom's hungry because she keeps sending me food, and she's just like, does this look really good, Notepad? I'm like, I don't know, mama. Mama. So, big thing we have is genre points. Yeah, it's downright encouraged by the game system, especially for secondaries. Whenever you are playing to the genre, whenever you are playing to your character, whenever Chad Kensington is acting like a preppy asshole and doing all these dumb things, he is getting genre points. He wants genre points because you can do things like trying again, temporary reprieve, just what I needed. What are you doing here? Or even wrong character, or they kill the wrong character. Yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna get hacked to death. Hey everyone, it's me, Background McGee. Die horribly. Very funny little thing. So we have the killer. The killer. Killers is built from components. Now, what can be wants him to a character opposes him? Generally speaking, you don't hurt. The killer always succeeds unless he doesn't. How many components do they have? After a flick, after all, logic dictates that a killer would be able to shrug off damage as easily when 2 characters alive, when 3 or more. They logic schmogic. Yeah, technically, before there are 2 people left alive. If there are more than 2 people left alive, it is actually very difficult to even hurt the killer, let alone damage him. After there are 2 people, the final girl is in, then it's actually very easy to get invigorated. It's only 2 remain. They're considered to be exerted. Hey, if you roll matching toppers, they gain damage coins. Damage ones. Congratulations. Do you have a damage threshold? You get that? He dies for now. Is it easy to kill Jason? No. That's kind of the point. Is like it's not spooky. It's not. It's difficult to kill Jason Voorhees because he is an immortal dumbass and he'll never die. On the other hand, yeah, Curious Phenomenon, we recreate the system, damaging the killer. It's an interesting way of doing things, very gamey, but it fits the genre pretty well. Everyone makes their own primary character, but I like the idea of like you're passing around the secondary characters almost in a circle, so everyone has a say in how the secondary characters are made. Yes, grasp your stereotypes because they are very important. Veto stereotypes. All players pass secondary characters to the left to your stat ratings. You aren't going to get very good ones. It's kind of like primary characters look kind of like this. Everything starts at poor. I use my 4 boosters to look like this. However, if you are a secondary character, you only receive 3. That means you are a lot less good at things. You might have 1 good and 1 normal and 2 poors. While Chad Kensington can be normal and everything. Because he's Chad Kensington. Yeah, past secondary character. Positive qualities. Yay, things that we're good at. Uh-oh, negative qualities. Things we're bad at. Then we get 2 alterations. Like, effectively, primary characters get 2 of these. These are just little bonuses, increasing stats up, gain additional qualities, gain special abilities. Not as impactful as you think. Or you can just start with 2 genre points. Secondary characters get to the number of them. So if there's 4 secondary characters, there are 3 alterations spread between all 4 of them. So Biff Buffington might get no alterations. On the other hand, one person might get like 3. And, like, these are some of like the like special abilities, like adrenaline boost. Cool. But you can see they all cost genre points. As long as Chad Kensington is being a pretty boy preppy asshole, he's being able to adrenaline boost. Back for more. Dumb luck. Let's end this. You can also, some of these are also prone to falling. Kills you. We declared a character trips and falls. This must be declared immediately before making a crucial finesse check. Check yields 1 less matching result as normal. On the plus side, you receive 2 genre points. Yeah, some of these just let you get genre points, such as falling on your goddamn face like a bozo. Also, no, I have no idea why this is not capitalized. Resourceful. Yep, trade survival points for genre points. Scream Queen. Females only. Though, if we know Chad Kensington at all, we know that he's a real Scream Queen. Speedy recovery. Heal yourself. Dun, 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 dun. Stupid action. Wholesome. Goody two-shoes. Where most characters ignore the first loss. Wait, is that the new rule? I guess that's the new rule. How fascinating. I did not. Because I read the original version. I read the original version first. Then I read director's cut, and I was like, okay, these are effectively the exact same thing. So I didn't dive too deep into it. I didn't even see like workout details and things like that. Let's even find. Like, a lot of these were like, oh, they just got a bonus one. So it looks like in Slasher Flick, that means they just ignore the first. Yeah, I guess that's what happens. They just ignore the first. Survival points in number, usually 8 guilty. Yeah, I guess that's kind of an interesting way of doing things. Wait, let's see. Survival points. Losing survival points. So ignore the first lost survival points per flick. The amount they would have lost. Primary character's first loss would have been 3 survival points, be ignored altogether. Alright, so everyone just starts out. What are you starting this? Well, how much do you start with? Because that's how they differentiated in the original, was... Huh. Lose the kill scene, the last girl. You get 8 survival points, dropping below 0, set number of survival points. Yeah, right here. Character starts the game with set number of survival points. Yeah, huh. Looks like they literally cut that aspect of it. Yeah, so it's like golden is 8 survival points, dropping below 0 survival points. Character starts with 1 for primary. Oh, no, right here. Okay, that... Yeah, right here. So yeah, I was right. I'm not going insane. They're just wording things slightly differently. But yeah, no, okay, that works. If I will say anything, I'm not a huge fan of the way that this particular. I'm not a huge fan of like the really thick borders, but that's kind of a me thing. Because I'm a fucking idiot and it's difficult for me to read if there's like a lot of things on the other side. Also, here's psychic power bullshit if you really want that. But yeah, items. You get items that are appropriate. Do you get weapons? No. Don't get weapons. And then some basic details. Literally, that's it. Get some links, get some ideas, here's some tidbits, and that's all you get. Really, they kind of do like a bigger thing of like contributing to the horror, doing things less spooky. How do you earn genre points? And the main way of again earning genre points are really throwing yourself at the problem and interacting with it, because genre points are player based, not character based. So as a player, I have my genre points that I can use for my secondaries. You kind of want to sacrifice your secondaries in certain ways to have them play up the tropes a little bit to make sure that you get more genre points. And that's kind of the idea there. So you don't want to sacrifice them away, but on the other hand, it might be good in the long run to get you some. Neglecting to finish off the killer, investigating strangeness, going off alone, say genre appropriate things. It is very uninspired. It knows what it is in this game. Yeah, this is one driver director notes, they cluster together with other characters. She'll love you for it. Okay, that's a lie. Truth is, yeah, the big thing here, if you want to fix this with the clustering, one other option there would be effectively freak out checks. Are if one person is freaking out, everyone else has to make a freak out check, which just cascades into more freakouts. Effectively, you don't want to be clustered together for too long because you might all freak each other out, and then suddenly everything goes wrong, and then you start doing dumb things. To kind of emulate this, in the Friday the 13th video game, the very start is you're all at a party, you're all partying and stuff, and then one of your friends gets killed, and then you all scramble. You're all fucking terrified. That's effectively what that would be like. Secondary characters, primary characters, you are the hero, do things. They kind of talk about like, oh, here are character roles. What's your archetypes like? It's a big thing on genre. Thing also with like, what are the directing, preparing flicks, knowing when to use the rules, changing things if you need to. 3-act structure, preparing flicks. A vast majority of the game is in Act 2 rather than Act 3. Yeah. First quarter of the flick. This is your setup. If you think of a normal game as 4 hours, Act 1 is the first hour, maybe. Act 2 is the next 2.5 hours. Act 3 is the last half hour. Kind of depending on how many people are kind of alive at that world. Yeah. Things can go wrong. Event-based flicks, prologues, in-game plotting it out. Generally speaking, is it's like you shouldn't plot things out, but it's kind of the idea of play to the movies. The power goes out, something breaks down, go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Oh no. Here's props, here's mood settings, tertiaries don't do anything. So this is the idea of the killer. So the idea of the killer. There's going to be like in the building blocks. Killer second ones that allow you to envision your killer. Generally speaking, when it comes to the killer, is you get a number of these components and damage threshold and things. There's not really like, there's not really a killer creation system you must abide by. It's literally just pick what you feel is appropriate. Generally speaking, probably about like 3 to 4 components is good. But like, let's say like, oh, extra dimensional. Killer lives in another dimension, parallel world, alternate plane of reality. Pull the victim to the realm before killing it. You must define how the killer draws people into his realm. You may or may not require the killer to make a successful spirit check in order to keep from being pulled in. It's Freddy Krueger. A familiar face. Oh no. Fearful visage. Oh no, it's Jason. Oh no, it's Jason again. It feeds on fear. It's a linked item. Some of these aren't even like good things for the killer, and that's fine. And it's like, you don't build killer. The best way to think about it is like, don't make a killer to win. Make a killer like it's good for the movie. And if it's a good for the movie, it's like, yeah, it's good things. Yeah, oh, cool. It's a signature weapon. Situational boost. You have a small stature. You want to play fucking Chucky? Yeah, have Chucky. What does the Chucky do? That's what he does. Superhuman strength. You're tidy. Was always such a nice person. So, let's see, let me see if we can find one of the killer of killers. From dysfunctional, Madison Malloy's family. His father Joel was a paranoid schizophrenic, killed 6 people. And Mother Allison was only a little neurotic drug addict. When Madison was 7, voices in Joel's head started telling him that the world was going to end in 2012. His daughter would be the only person capable of preventing it. In order to do so, she would have to murder key individuals. Never mind that the supposed key individual were random people. Physically, mentally, rigorous survival and combat training. He wanted her to be just like him. His sense of morality had strong for the longest time. Yeah, gone was her sense of right and wrong. Gone was her innocence. And it's only instant 16-year-old girls permanently just cold calculating murder with voices of her own. Fearful visage. Hard to kill, mysterious normal person, trap center. Always such a nice person. Yeah, you can really make some dumb characters here. Like, again, what is a killer? This is literally all a killer is. That is all that a killer actually is. Not too complicated, but does it need to be complicated? I think that's the big thing. I'm kind of skipping through a lot of these, but it's like a lot of these are how do you open up and how do you make a setting work? Yeah, it's... Are you ready for boinking, everyone? Ready to do boinking? I know some of you would... I know some of you wouldn't resist. You know, do gore, you know... Yeah, a lot of these... Really when it comes down to like, oh, award genre points, be pretty liberal with them, but not too liberal. Like, are there disputes? I don't really know how it would have disputes unless you are going out of your way to cause them, if that makes sense. Kill scenes, in-game voice, mood setters, playing the killer. Again, a lot of setup. That's, I think, one of the most important thing is lots of sex, drugs. Well, there's sex and drugs. Sex and drugs and sex on TV. It's family, man. Early flick kills, character-centric, surviving characters, corpse scenes. Scream Queen. Let's see him from one of the bodies nailed up back door. Season opening, So, here are some of like the little adventures. Yeah, a lot of like the little like camp bloodbath. Yeah. And then we have a full adventure of the vault. Some basic character templates. Yeah, all of these can be used pretty easy. If you really want to run like a quick one-shot, pick like 4 of these. Like, pick these as your character, as your primary and your secondary characters. Try to be a crazy old loon. Cynical detective. Down to earth country girl. Dumb jock. Wedgeford High football. Woo! Was glore. Hard to intimidate. Booze. Football. Whoa. Enigmatic strangers. Funky soul man. I don't take no job from nobody, especially some turkey wearing a stupid man. Soulful Romeo, easily distracted by the ladies. Yeah, like it's there. Yeah, a lot of these are it's still going, by the way. Like there's still more. There we go. Yeah, literally like 20 pages of just sample characters. Is Slasher Flick a good game? I think Slasher Flick is a really good one-shot game. Busted out for Halloween kind of thing. Oh, cool. Let's play Slasher Flick. All right. And then there's a lot of buy-in, I think, with a group, more than like a GM or anything. The group needs to buy into we are playing a slasher movie, and if they do not buy into the slasher movie, it is not going to work. And the game even tells you, like, repeatedly, this shit doesn't work if they are not buying into the slasher film genre. If they do, and you as a GM kind of play to those tropes and play to those movies, it does really well. It does its job. And what more can you really ask for? As for some of the more nuanced details, horror games suffer the same problem as present. Yeah, I guess a horror game like this suffers the same problems that are present in comedic. Yeah, to a degree. I think it's a little bit easier than comedy games because as long as people know, you don't need to be a good actor. You don't need to be. I guess the best way in a comedy game, you are bringing everything down if you are not funny. In a horror game, as long as you are playing to the tropes, even at least basic, you can kind of make that the joke unto itself. Is that you are, like, not a very good actor. I think that's funny in its own right. But I think it's the same principle. Like, you kind of there's a lot of buy-in. And if you don't do that buy-in, it doesn't work. But that one is there. Now, our next one, and if you give me 1 second, I'm going to switch the music, because the music is driving me nuts. What do we just do? There we go. We'll just do Silent Hill ambiance. So, what's next? I think our next game... Hello, Chad Kensington. Our next game is going to be one that we covered a long time ago. It's going to be the SCP game. SCP, the tabletop game. Huh. Hi. So, we're going to... I have a history with this game. We're going to talk about it now. Oh, that button. way back ago, before time existed, I went over a game called SCP, not Spectrum Games. The mutilation cards. Oh yeah, trust me, we're back. This is the SCP RPG, the first edition. This game is not very good. Yeah, SCPs are bizarre, feels like a scam. Copy paste chunks of the site, seeming no regard to what they were taking. Very good, very good lore wise and equipment info. Everything else is horrible. It made a lot. It did really well, and people seem to like it. I hated this game with all fiber of my being because it was just multiple levels of being fucking weird. Well, lo and behold, a couple weeks ago, someone actually said, "Hey, will you be talking about the SCP second edition?" And I'm like, "There's a second edition?" And this came out last year. No, very little fanfare. As you can kind of see, it's kind of hard to see how many people have actually seen this game. And it's a little bit more complicated to kind of think about it. Right now, the second edition book is actually free. You can download this game right now if you want. And generally, you know what? Before we even get into the shit a little bit, before we kind of dive in though, hello, gringo. People liked this game. People did. Like that's the funny thing. People did like this game. I hated it personally. Now, second edition is here now, and as you kind of even see, a lot less reviews, a lot less ratings. I don't really know what happened there. Now, the SCP game is kind of fascinating. SCP in general, but so I'm going to do my best to kind of explain SCP in a nutshell. SCP is X, except everyone that it's now lame. I think that's a good way of explaining it. All the cool parts of X, except everything's lame. There are probably people out there that can explain like SCP a lot better than I can, but I'm gonna kind of give you the basic rundown from what I know. SCP is Secure, Contain, and Protect. It is a secret organization that secures and contains weird, anomalous things. And those weird, anomalous things are things that shouldn't be alive or shouldn't exist. Spooky monsters, spooky things. You've probably seen someone play a. You have seen someone play an SCP game or have seen someone talk about SCP shit. Like if I do like SCP 999, wow, look, you can kind of type in any number and it's like something will pop up eventually. 1471. Yeah, you seen this one? You seen the Wendigo? You've probably seen people want to have sex with the Wendigo. Want to fuck this Wendusi, as one might even call it. From what I've gathered, in recent years, and recent years, the SCP articles and like SCP wiki in general has become more of a weird. How do I want to word it? It's become kind of a weird mishmash. Oh, oh yeah, huh. It's become kind of a weird mishmash of people getting mad at one another and writing like their own OC bullshit lore. And people have commented before, like, if you actually take on like the scale of like what the SCP is actually saying, they'd have depopulated the Earth like 5 times over. Like, there's sentient satellites and shit now. Like, we lost the metaphorical sauce, I think. But again, Ended up disliking the game by proxy just from watching a review of it. I can't believe this has a second edition. Yeah, lewd, mallow fan art or some Markiplier highlight reel. It's, again, it's very weird. It's a weird thing. And again, someone else could probably tell you better of what SCP is. If anyone would like to have that, how do I want to word it? If somebody wants to provide that information, that basic rundown, feel free to. I don't really think there is a good rundown of SCP though, because it's constantly shifting and changing over the years. Like the main thing is this is, I see the Japanese version. This is this is the SCP wiki, and like here's all of the things. Like, oh, you want to let's just do a random page. I want a random SCP-3067, a Keter class, whatever the fuck that means. Sonic Spectacle Presence. Let's go to another random page. SCP-27... I said random page. 2713. Safe. Property purchased by Foundation from front company facility on-site containment. The dollar bills. Abandoned building in Baldwin County. Like that. There you go. It's like, ah, yes. What about Series 9? Cosmic Commandment. I am no dreamer. Let's do the Mobius strip. Wow. Here's this. Yeah, I'm not too invested in it. It's free. I think that's like a big thing. It has to be 626. Probably. I'm not going to be surprised. Mm. Mm. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, am I like a big SCP fan? No. I'll be the first one to say it. Like, I'm not really like an SCP guy. My first introduction to it wasn't great, and it's been kind of, eh. But good start, everyone. It's by 26 Letter Publishing. Now, who is 26 Letter Publishing? Well, I don't really know. All I know, it's by a guy named Zombie Mouse. Now, what do I mean by Zombie Mouse? Well, if you look at Zombie Mouse, I don't know. Zombie Mouse, let's do SCP. He has a YouTube channel. Oh, brother. Yep, this is him, I think. And also, why are you posting? Why are you posting things like this? This isn't very nice. This is legitimately the first you have your name on the book. This is not me like digging. This is me clicking on a fucking like remember, this is me clicking on a link that is publicly available on the book that you've given. His website is down, but yeah, this is who he is. Normal guy. I don't think there's really anything too too exciting, if that makes sense. And yeah, it's like, hey everyone, do you want me to talk about something else? No, okay, this is what he is. This is who he is, and he has published this. Now, there's a lot of you might already be seeing if I go to like the second edition here. Uh, quite a few different little expansions. The 100 aspect expansion, which we'll talk about later. The drama cards, weapon customization. Yeah, a couple things. And even the original version of the SCP RPG here was fucking DLC. Like, just. They, if we can sell you something, we're going to sell you it. Like, 25-cent prop cards. Like, like shit like that. It's like. Alright, I kind of got annoyed with him after because he made like a weird. He effectively made a Kickstarter. Let me see if I can find the SCP TRPG Kickstarter. Because that's one thing to also understand is this was a Kickstarter project, 32 grand, and he, if we go to Jay Keach, he's done nothing else. What do you mean by that? That's he did another game. The thing is, he did another game that was. Let me see if I can find it. Second edition is now available. Long time. Pension. We are back. Yeah, right here. He did a second SCP the role playing game Foundation Edition from Gigamech. Uh, he literally ran a second Kickstarter for the second version. This is not second edition. This is first edition 2. This is literally 1.5 edition. I got so fucking annoyed with him at this because the thing is, people bought the original version, and then this wasn't too far after. I think this was about not even a year after he put out this, which was, hey, here's an expanded and like fixed version of the game. Please pay us more money. It's like. Isn't there something stupid on the rights on that game? Yeah, I know there's something really dumb. Because I know Gigamech. I don't think Gigamech is even around anymore. I don't think they exist. Yeah, like Foundation. I don't think these guys are even a. Let's check. Looks like they're, yeah, not much of anything. So fuck, man. I don't know. Well, attention, everyone. We're back, and now we've got second edition, which is the new one. Several user feedback. No more decimal points. Yeah, just multiple levels of, yeah. Yeah, cost for comprehensive graphic design programs, the Foundation Edition. Yeah, it's not great. And it's a bunch of little things. Oh, yeah, is this also the other? Yeah, mind you, this is a completely different game, I should say. There's like 3 SCP RPGs out there that all are like the same thing. Wow, this sounds horrible. You can't even see here, like, the Foundation Edition isn't even on here. Uh, very weird. Also, Spaceship Architect and Para. No one really knows about these two. They do their own thing, use the same system, but this is kind of what we're working with. This is who we're working with. Actually, let's do SCP Foundation. SCP Foundation Edition. SCP, 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 SCP. No, nothing. Nothing. Yeah, also expansions, expansions, expansions. So, let's get into the metaphorical shit, shall we? So, to help us out here, I need to bring in a good friend of ours. Say hello to James Winters. Where is my wife? The quintessential man who's looking for his wife. Quintessential horror protagonist. Originally, I wanted to put. I was thinking about a Silent Hill protagonist to put in here. However, I decided that all the Silent Hill protagonists are too good for SCP. So here we are. Now, this looks really complicated, and you may be looking at this with abject horror. It's not as complicated as it wants to think. It still does some things that make me want to kill myself, though. But one big thing is it does cite the SCP Wiki quite a bit. It's all under Creative Commons. Is an unofficial tabletop adaptation of the SCP verse. So, a couple good things. A couple good things, couple bad things. We've got attribute dice reworked. Good. No more decimal places. Good. Dice mechanics reworked. Good. Experience reworked. Good. No more money. Good. Character security levels working. It's alright. Disruption classes introduced. Good somewhere else. I like the idea. I think the ideas are... The idea is better than the execution, I think. That's alright. Let me... Yeah. Oh my god, this character looks awful. It's... Graphic design is our passion here. It's very efficient, if that makes sense. And it's trying to be thematic. It's trying to do the thematic things over being perhaps user-friendly. So what is the very first thing that we do? So, for example, you have two D8s. It's D8. D8. You have two D8s and two D10s in your strength attribute. After you make a skill check, look at the associated attribute goes along skill. Gather dice roll for that attribute. For example, you roll a 2d8 and 2d10, and you got it. And then we take our two highest. So I got an 8 and I got a 9. I got 17. How good a character is, for example, yeah. So make a skill check. Look at your chief associated attribute that goes along with skill. Gather dice for that attribute, and you roll the dice pool. You ignore all but the two highest results and add them together. Then add skill to this number. That's it. Now, you may be looking at this, say, all right, this makes sense. And you may be also looking at this being like, well, technically not quite. It gets a little bit wonkier. So, two 8-sided die, two 10-sided die in your strength attribute. So, technically, that's a physical impossibility. But Notepad, what do you mean? Well, because you always have 2d6 and everything. So, if I want to make a strength check, I'm doing this correct. It's 3d6 plus my 1d8. So I roll all of these. I get, wow, 2 5s. I got a 10 plus whatever it is. All right. Yeah, everything is that, but my perception is 1d8, 1d10, 2d6s. And I roll that. Oh, wow, cool. I got a 13. So I'm I'm thinking that's how it is. I don't know why they just ignored it. I was like, all right, fuck it. But these are very basic, difficulties. All right, 14, beat that. You can generate random difficulties by rolling all of these. Yeah, then add 2 and double it. Yeah, no, some very weird things. Double the difficulty, critical success. If it's half the difficulty, then you get a critical failure. All right. This is where we have exploding dice. So, you roll a 6. You add a d8 to the pool. Then you roll that d8. You roll an 8. You then add a d10 to the pool. Wow, you rolled a 10. Then you add a d12 to the pool. And then if you roll a 12, you add a d20 to your pool. Yes, it maximum such as a result. You get a bonus die. And choose to roll less attribute dice. If you may choose to roll less attribute than you desire, you also not require to roll bonus die to receive an exploding die. Yeah, there's no reason why you shouldn't. No reason why you should either. Like, if it was like, oh, you only have to pick 4 dice, but it's, hey, done rolling, you're counting in top. You may choose to roll less attribute dice if you desire. You can just say, I don't want to roll these 2d6s, but why? I don't feel like it. Don't want to. There's no reason you shouldn't roll all of them. Monsignor. Yeah, you can add your skill die. The automatic success system works pretty well. Effectively, I have a perception of 4 because I have 1, 2, 3, 4 in there. If my perception plus my perception, actually, no, we'll use dexterity. Let's say my dexterity and my stealth 6, for example, it beats the target number, even though it really wouldn't. Or thievery, for example, I get an 8. I automatically succeed. I think that's a neat way of doing it. Now, when it comes to skills, all right, so let's say, for example, we're going to be making a dex check. My dex check is 3d6 plus d8. We're going to be using a dex check for our... We'll use thievery. Let's use thievery. So, I roll. I got a 6 and a 5, so that's 11. 11 plus 4. Cool. 11 plus 4, I got 15. But I've got a multiplier there. And because I've got a multiplier, I end up actually multiplying the value. So it's not 4, it's 8. So my 11 turns into a 15, turns into a 19 because I added 11 plus 8. Wait a second, Notepad. That sounds insane. Yes, I know. Yes, it's with 7 sided such as 7 12-sided dice, you say 7d12. Very easy stuff. Roll the director, 8 attributes, 33 skills. That's your willpower dice, your characters enough endurance to keep running. Yeah, so most attributes, most things, we don't have any of the too insane skills. We do have like crucial skills, like, oh, these are really important. However, resist death is still a skill. Um, bravo, zombie. You know, you've made resist death. Oh yeah, resist death, self control. Still fairly important, not as important though. You'll see why later. You kind of see like, why are your skills so weird? Like, there's a reason for this. Don't worry, there's a reason for it. Uh, System overview. Multiple disruption classes, combat system designed to be simple but engaging, innovative elimination of currency. And innovation is that we got rid of money. Designed to be a universal system. Yeah, universal. So, how do we make characters? Well, there's three ways to make characters. As ta-ta, folks. We call it nights are resuming work as mark commissions. So, you can have a pre-made character. All right. You can do a fast character creation, which I don't recommend actually. Fun fact. Or advanced character creation, which is, and I'm going to say this nicely, fucking bonkers in the worst way. Now, technically, James Winters was made using fast with some aspects from advanced. Now, you can kind of see here is a basic character, here's a fast character, here is an advanced character. Oh, geez. Oh, geez, Rick. You kind of even see like there's these huge jumps. Or my favorite one is when we jump back in time constantly. Why? I don't know. I do not know. It's a very unique way of doing things. So, fill in all these basic numbers, fast creation, character creation only. Let me see if I can find our, again, we got our very basic one. Player name is your real name. Yeah, don't have no fear. So we got our base speed, base HP, our hand to hands, or HTH. It's times 5. Uh, so the first thing you do as an advanced character is actually pick how old you are. It's your age. You play someone young, you actually get a lot more than if you are playing someone who is really fucking old. But you get history points. What are history points, you may say? Well, history points are your ability to actually buy perks, which are very important. You get different attribute tokens. What is an attribute token? Attribute tokens are how you improve yourself. This is insane. Not in a good way, but we will understand why. Generally speaking, fucking bravo. Very weird way of approaching this. Very max HP, history points. This is a disruption class. So, this is where things start getting a bit goofatronics, you might say. Little silly, even. Now, you effectively have 5 classes, and these are your disruption. How powerful you want to start as. So, as at the lowest end, you have dark. As dark, what that means is you get all of these attribute tokens, or you just get a few. And every chapter, though, at the end of every time you survive, you get a lot more tokens to improve yourself. A lot more ability to actually scale upwards, and a lot more skill points, a lot more abilities. But you're not doing great. You don't actually have a lot of, like, super strong powers. As someone in the dark, you are actually pretty decent all things all around, but you start weaker but get stronger. All right, easy enough to understand. Uh looking at the top of Amida, you get 17 physical, 17 mental, 14 distributed among any. Each of these cost 1 to give you an idea. Like we're working, you get no improvements. You effectively start at the very bottom of most things. You are the strongest physically possible to begin with, but your strength is tempered by the reality that you are not getting any better now. And at first, okay, I can make this work. And then you look at it a bit longer, you're like, all right. I don't hate this idea. I think it's kind of an interesting concept. It's just a very weird idea. From there, you just spend your attribute tokens. Oh, you get 10 attribute tokens. Fill in your attribute icons. Fast characters tend to be weaker than advanced characters. Uh, as you can kind of see here, like, you get 10, but even if you are playing, like, even if you are playing a young adult, for example, you do get more attribute points. So you get 9, you get 8, you get 6, 8, 9. Being an adult probably means you're at your weakest. It's like, oh, but your speed's better. But like, yeah, your HP, but you get less HP, but some more history points. Just pick a young adult. Like, there's really no reason for you to not pick like a young adult unless you have a very specific character in mind. But again, if you're playing a fast character, you don't have access to these options. Uh, Distribute, and then this is again one of those I'm having a fucking stroke moments. These columns are filled from the bottom to the top, representing different types of dice. By default, everything is 2d6. Adding additional by filling in new d6s. So, what does this mean? So, let's take, for example, our willpower. So, with my willpower, I can choose to invest 1 to do that. 2, but I cannot do this. As long as there is a top to it, as long as I'm sitting on top of another die, I can then invest upward. Any of these little boxes here, and yes, this is the official character sheet, and it is just broke. Don't think about it too hard. The little circles here. Let's do, for example, right here. If I were to click this, I'm spending one of my points, but allows me to go here. You don't do that, you don't get anything by hitting it, but you are able to use it. Is this strange? Yeah, a little bit. Not gonna lie there, Chief. It's a little weird, but I guess the best way to think about it is: do you want a breadth of information, or do you want to go high? Very bizarre system, and I don't know why there are 8 attributes for this kind of system, but there is, and we all just kind of live with it. Yeah, the fucking dice bumpers. Yeah, D8, 1D. Yeah, and also the very first example they give. The very first example it shows the strength attribute with 1d10 and 1d8. Costs 3 attribute tokens. So this is correct. This is incorrect. Because this would be 1, 2, 3. So this would be 3. So it's like, oh, 1d10 and 2d8. But they get this correct. They get, and this is like shows an attribute with 1d12 and 1d6. Correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. But wait a second. Nah. Why does it say 1d6? What? What? Am I looking at this incorrectly? Wait, each column represents only 1 die, not several? I guess that makes sense. But even then, that's kind of... The way that this is done is very funky. The way that it actually looks. Wait, so... Why is that here? Why is that... Oh, wait, no, that is right. Why isn't that stated earlier then? Why is that here? Why is that not said somewhere else? Why is this... What? Okay, that makes more sense. I don't know why it's a fucking note. I honestly, when I first read that, I was like, oh, okay, it only represents 1 die, not several. So it's like 1, so it's not like you get 5D, you know, like, oh, multiple D12s or whatever. No, so each of these are 1 die. So charisma, you always roll 2 dice. You don't get multiple dice anymore. You just get the 2. Mm. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's not the worst. So technically for health, I have 3d6. Perception, I have a d10 and a d6. Strength, I have a d8, 2d6. D8, 2d6. Why don't you just go for... Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's funky, but... Yeah, that's kind of weird. Not gonna lie, that's kind of weird. But yeah, it's still not supported. It's still supporting my claim here a little bit that it's kind of worded a bit weird. I think that is like one of the... If there's going to be a reoccurring theme with this game is that we're going to word things in a very weird way. This should be a lot bigger somewhere else, and I don't know. Yeah, the way that this is set up looks very weird. I'm not gonna lie there. I misread that. That's a fucking like single note down here. But yeah, effectively, how many die you fill in, that is what your skill is. And yes, it is broke. I don't know if it is my... How do I want to word this? I do not know if this is my PDF reader or this is just how it looks. Yes, it is broke. I don't know why. It's very frustrating. So, okay, so this has been filled in. Now, mind you, this is not a normal fast character. This is an advanced character. But now we get aspects. Okay, we've gotten this far. What about aspects? Cool. Well, aspects are effectively like special abilities and like perks and anything. Fast characters do not get these. Fun fact. As a fast character, you do not get aspects. I don't know if this is like a... It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if this was overlooked somewhere, if this was just forgotten about. But yeah, you do not actually get aspects as a normal character, as a fast character. But for example, each aspect has different point costs, such as talent, history, or power. Or as a psychologist going to college, we can spend 12 history points to get all of these at +1. If we spend 16 talent points, however, if we do it again, we increase the skill multipliers by 1. So we spend a lot of points to become a master's or get a master's or something. So, a lot more ability, a lot more power. Cool, all right. Yeah, spending not is often quite expensive. Only commit to multiple points if you really want an aspect to find your character. Sometimes here, and then you get things like counter attack. After you take damage who is 1 unit away from you, you may perform a melee attack against them for free. Perform number of rounds. So 15, 8, 3. Usually the white is the best cost. Yes, and there's also special meters that you could have depending on your aspect. These are all of the aspects, and remember, so you see all these aspects, there's an entire expansion book that gives 100 more of these. They are really banking on the aspects in this book. Again, we got all of our SCPs, our speed, combat, and projectile bonus damage effectively. Our exertion calculation, will divided by 2, HP, don't forget about your base HP and all of that. Multiply your health rating. Stagger. Our reaction and our stagger. Rating plus poise. Dex plus dodge. It's... If you notice, though, if you are a keen-eyed individual, you may notice that we're not, like, getting skill points anywhere here. Like, all right, where do we get skill points? Well, you don't really get skill points normally, which is weird. You get skill points through your aspects mostly, or you get skill points through, well, I don't really know. Through your class, spend your remaining points. Converted in attribute tokens, spent one. Converted into skill point. Yeah, you get your skill points here. However, this is an important thing. You can convert these into skill points, which you really should, but you also need to buy aspects, and the aspects are kind of expensive, so you're kind of going back and forth there. Uh, Here's your cheat sheet. Now, if you are playing a class, though, you are playing a fast character, you just choose a character class here. And these give you your skills. These are, if we think about these are your histories, but you get no aspects. So if we even look at here, we look at the anomaly expert. So if we're looking at this correct, so if we do mechanical plus medical, computers plus mathematics plus and anomalistics plus technology. So if we look at this, so that's 6 for, so that's 12 points of backgrounds effectively. Push your anomalistics multiplier by 1. It's kind of hard to get like some numbers there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 19, 21, 21, 23, 25, 26. So we've got like 26 history points here, but that kind of makes sense because you're D class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8, but then wait a second, we have to recalculate our health by a bit. Okay. It feels like there's about 2.5 games kind of being played simultaneously. Do I recommend fast or do I recommend basic? Do I recommend advanced or do I recommend basic? Fast character creation. Generally, I recommend fucking neither. Uh, Neither is great. I think if they doubled down on one, it would have been a lot better. But they didn't. And it just feels like you're getting like half the experience. What I ended up doing with James Winters, he's not even correct, by the way. I want you to remember that. We've got our basic class. I chose a class. I chose to be a D class personnel. And then I just gave myself my age and my dark level of aspect points. This is not a correct character, I should ask. I should say this is not a correct character. But I also feel a lot more comfortable with this character because I actually feel like I think I'm a little overpowered for where I am. But it's like, oh, cool. I've got all of these abilities. I've got all of these things. I've got some skills, but I know I'm clearly lacking in some other aspects. It's like, all right, this works pretty well. It's pretty fast, all things considering as well. Yeah, like, oh, the skill cap is half of the governing attribute rating. Why is that a rule? Like, that's a dumb rule. It's a there's a lot of little how do I want to word it? There's a lot of dumb little rules to make sure to like, well, we can't let you have too much fun. And because it's just laid out poorly as well. I think that's like one of the biggest problems here because if we really look at this, for fast character creation, 18, 34, 22, 28, you have to switch around the book a lot. Choose a disruption class at page 20. At 22, spend your attribute tokens. Then go to page 24 to purchase your aspects. But that's not really where your aspects are. That's a different place. But we have to choose our age, which is before we choose our disruption class. Okay, after we choose our age, then we purchase our aspects. Then we know choose your age, choose your disruption aspect, choose the spend your attribute tokens, then purchase your aspects, then spend your remaining points after you purchase your aspects, which are not on the same page, I should add. Which are, again, you start, it says, oh, it's on page 28. It starts on page 44. That's when aspects actually start. They tell you how to spend your points on aspects earlier, but not where your aspects are. You're seeing how things can get a little bit weird. And you're like, ah, I see. That's why, again, I was kind of getting like a little bit messed up. I was going a little bit back and forth because it was just a lot of skipping back and forth. And I realized as a fast character, you do not get any of these. And I'm like, I feel like I need to talk about the aspects because they are a fairly important aspect of the game. Also, yes, it's sus. And maybe you're supposed to be like take disadvantages to get talent in it. I don't know. They feel like two very different games. I think that's like one of the biggest issues when it comes to making characters in general, is that it's a lot of, well, you can do the really fast way, but you lose out on clearly a major aspect of the game. Clearly, this is a major and important part of the game. Also, security clearance, spread the wov, drama queen, favors owed, play as an SCP. I'm a cat. Yeah, I'm a cat. You don't age. Floating blades. Yeah, like again, very important, but we're just not working with that. Not very different, very cut off from the easy way to make the recommended easy way to make characters, which I feel is kind of weird. On the other hand, this is the weird thing. On the other hand, I found it interesting playing with the aspects. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. You know, you can. Uh, James Winters does eventually become a character a lot more. Wrongfully convicted and went to law enforcement school. He is destined to survive. He's an outlaw. He's D-class, unremarkable, naive, bilingual, has some trivial basic skills. He's got all of these abilities. He's really, he's kind of tough. He knows how to break free from things. He knows how to investigate really well. He's good at thievery. Generally speaking, he molds himself more and more. If you don't use the aspects, you lose a lot of the custom character aspects that make it fun. If you have the fast character creation, it's just a lot more work to get there, wherein it really shouldn't. The characters are still very fragile. I think that's a very important thing to also note. Like 23 HP is not a lot of HP. Like you're gonna go down very quickly. And is that a bad thing? No. Yeah, typically ignore skill caps. Yeah, throughout character creation, you can typically ignore the skill caps rule because you are increasing your skills with aspects or classes. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I just, okay, you can, even this says ignore it. Great. Yeah, great. Wow, I'm happy that I was able to ignore all of it because it was just fine. I think that's cool, right? That's fine. Like, yeah, you can spend your skill, you get some basic skill points. Cost you 4 skill points. Yeah, it gets very I don't want to word it. Things get very expensive later on. So, for example, like break free right here. If I wanted to increase break free to 7, that would cost me 7 skill points, otherwise known as my entire my entire level up. And for like higher level characters, like higher intensity, it would be even it gets expensive. Let's just say that. Don't forget to recalculate everything every time, because you will have to recalculate it. Don't forget of our two separate resources of exertion and reverence. Exertion lets us roll d12s. You get some rating boosts, dodge and attack. You can also use reverence to reroll skill checks. Technically, this is a lie because you might have two other custom bars as well. Yeah, you can have two custom bars, of random abilities. Why? I don't know. How do we fight? I do like the fact that they do just outright state that most SCPs are overpowered and you will die immediately. So don't bother with that. However, you might fight other humans and things like that. Combat rounds are 2 seconds. Yes. Combat rounds are 2 seconds. Everyone needs to make intellect awareness checks to determine initiative. And then you take turns, perform up to 2 combat actions, and then it's popcorn. Pop, 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 pop. Defense and evading. So, before you've taken your turn, if attacked before your turn, you roll Dex plus dodge to evade. If rolls lower than your combined Dex and dodge, adjusted to match. The final result is your defense score. So, for example, my defense score is a 6 currently. They need to beat a 6 to actually hit me with a weapon. Not too difficult. However, you get to dodge. However, if you've taken your turn, it's equal to dexterity plus dodge. This is also called your reaction score. Don't know why it's called, why don't you just call it your reaction, but you can spend exertion to actually dodge then. Let's just make it as complicated as possible for no reason. Like, I think that's a very increasingly common situation in this game, which is it's like we're gonna make things just a little more complicated than it needs to be because we feel like it. So if you actually end up getting critical hit, you roll way over, they get staggered. Cool. When you're what happens when you get staggered? Uh, you get hit, and anything is a lot easier. Yeah, once someone is staggered, beat the shit out of them. You literally can fucking break their poise. It's not worse than the original edition. I'll say that. It's better. It's better. This man is looking at things that we do not know. Yeah, double damage is double. They literally have a poise meter. There is a poise meter in this game. I want you to know that. But Notepad, eyes, John Dark Souls is not. No, no. Very basic actions like ducking behind a cloud and rule the 8 combat actions. So when you do land damage, it's base damage plus X damage times your multiplier. So what is that? What's that X damage? Yeah, you can have like, so for example, base damage of D4 and an X damage of D6. You would deal D4 times 2d6 damage with D4 plus 2d6 damage. It's like everything in this game is written by someone who is just fucking off the rocker. Like just completely cuckoo for goddamn Cocoa Puffs. It feels like I'm losing my mind. Like I feel like I'm going crazy, but perhaps the real crazy were the friends we made along the way. Yeah, well, don't forget about damage reduction or mutilations. Yeah, you can reduce the damage you receive, but you have problems and risk killing you. or death saves. Don't forget about death save. Death save isn't too difficult. It's pretty much by what the difficulty is equal to your negative HP. So if you're at -8, your difficulty is 8. Death save, yeah, characters, yeah. If you fail a death save though, you just die. And you keep having to roll a death save every round to resist death. Is it a bit weird? Yeah. Yeah, no, you cannot restore HP if you go into negative numbers. No, notepad. How do I heal? How do I heal myself? Also, it's twice the amount. So 4 would be 8, 5 would be 10, 6 would be 12. Yeah, no, it. How do I heal if I'm dying? That pretty much means someone needs to do something to you, or you just die because lol them out. Pretty basic. Most things here are pretty simple. Perception, firearms, melee attacks, restraining, disarming. Nothing too wacky. Most of the time when they have wacky combat things, it's not too complicated. You do get some odd ones like dual wielding, if their strength rating equals or exceeds the weapon's mass, allowing them to equip 2 weapons simultaneously. When dual wielding, characters must designate one as a primary hand and one as their offhand. Punish skill checks are effectively they don't explode and they have a bunch of other issues. Special melee attack rules. Attack of opportunity. Momentum attacks. For a melee attack on the same turn, you increase your combat rating for the number of units tap. Yeah. Your combat rating. If your combat rating increases, that means your ability to do multiples of damage also increase. So instead of doing 2d6, you would do 4d6 or 8d6 damage. So just charge everything. Yeah, you don't do anything there. Even though if we look at it with a strength of 4, yeah, you can hit someone pretty good. Going crouch, going prone. So here's how to heal people. So CPR. If character fails death from the character, send to CPR by spending 2 consecutive combat rolling intellect plus medical inflicts 1d4 damage upon the incapacitated teacher. Yeah. Character's negative HP plus number. Even though, again, you can't recover HP if you're in the negative, remember? Right? You wouldn't be just saying that, right? Have your max HP, CPR, sleeping in short rests, poisons. Are various mutilations. So, oh no, I've been hit with a weapon. I've been hit with a melee weapon. Let's say I've been hit with a cutting weapon. I rolled a 5. Oh, knocked back, but it goes up by 1 to disfigured. I deal half damage, I just fucking die. Yeah, my charisma dice no longer explode. Yeah, there's only 12 mutilations, but it kind of goes up and down depending on the situation. I should also actually say there are a lot of spelling errors and just writing errors, like bilingual, for example. Just remind me down there. Any language gets +3 write-in skill. Characters with 3 or more in the language are affluent. Not fluent, affluent. I noticed a few of those. I'm not going to go over every single one, obviously, but combat guidelines don't. It's combat's again not really the main thing. A lot of like starvation and like dehydration, 36 hours without water. You get organ damage, mutilation, sickness, going insane. Uh, do we have more sanity, like a sanity bar? No. Yeah, force character director non-narratively gets roll critical failure. Phobia on the experience, taking away agency and free will from the players. Yeah, like sanity is not really a thing, but it is. We got some like memetics, memes, structure damage, throwing objects, fueling and fire. Yes, fuel and fire. Car chases, vehicle qualifications. Uh, don't worry, we can swim around. Dimensional rifts and portals. Liminal spaces. Time dilation. Low Hume environment. Hume is effectively your psychokinetic abilities, I guess is the best way. The more Hume you have, the more fucking weird you are. Yeah. Spatial Humes can fluctuate naturally from levels low as 50 Humes. Haunted houses have the Hume levels below 70. Then city location can often reach Hume levels of 130 to 150. Yeah, effectively, Hume is like your ability to ground normalcy in reality. That's it. The higher your Hume, the more you are able to exert your will upon reality. Uh, Also, have no fear radiation, be able to make things. The SCP universe, they go into a very long-winded way of like how the SCP like yeah yeah, it's like, oh, all the different ways of doing the SCP things. Oh, you're a small foundation, you're the last hope of humanity, the masquerade's been broken, anomalous country. Three Portlands, largest several Freeport cities, anomalous openly exist. Three Portlands. You gotta live in fucking Portland. Vanguard, where you become fucking the Imperium of Man, I guess. Oh shit, a bunch of things are weird. Check out the SCP Wiki, yeah. How do we work with Foundation stuff? A lot of this is like, yeah, alright, that's cool. For NPCs and PCs, simply roll 1d10 to determine character's Hume level. Hume. Pluripotent entities, cognito hazard, the infinite multiverse, ancient world, groups of interest. You can technically play as any of these. So if you want to play, if you want to play the Chaos Insurgency, nothing is stopping you from blowing up the government. Yeah, one shot, short campaigns, campaign diversity levels. Yo, land disruption class. Yeah, endless campaign, no ending plans. Anomalous aspects, campaign levels. Yeah, there's a couple ways to really modify this game, and I do like the thing is this. I do like the idea that you are able to modify this game pretty extensively. Reverence rules, get re sus is suspicious uniform score. Sus is the worst fucking thing ever, and I fucking hate the name of it. But I get what they're trying to go for it. And I also know you were trying to make a stupid meme from fucking Among Us in the year of our Lord 2024. Kill you with a rock. Reverence. Reverence needs. I don't know why reverence is in. They should have reverence or they should have exertion, not both. That's my thinking there. Deal with rules are written, but still a game. NPC combat. What is horror? Yeah, horror. Love player shift to world. How to prepare. PC limitations. Simulation style. Customizing the system. Lots of ways to move things around. So, uh, Other RPGs of interest. The first edition. You complete Fear in the Foundation, which is another one. Delta Green, yes, Delta Green, Triangle Agency. I fucking hate Triangle Agency still. The External Containment Bureau. I don't know what the fuck that even is. Similar to the TRPG Blades in the Dark. Wowzers. And then we have a bunch of new aspects, weapon customization. Buy the new thing. Don't forget about the drama cards. It's drama. I love the fact that they have an ad for their own thing in there. It's great. Don't you love putting an ad for your own things in there? It's great. Favor system just... The fact that you put the favor system this low in the game means that you're not really thinking it's that important. But effectively what the favors are, if you look down here, if you do things for certain groups, they will help you later on. That's literally all that it's saying. Including some funny things like airstrikes. Or just getting cybernetics. Higher clearance level, higher clearance level in general. Military grade vehicles. Red right hand. Threat level 50 combat stats. We can do that. Yeah, there's things that you can do. Technically, there's like spells and... It's one of those things where I can be like really specific. Like, yes, here's all these wacky things that you could do. But it really boils down to like, make this kind of roll, make an intellect plus reality bending roll. Do you succeed? Yes. Do you not? No. Reality dice are depending on how tied to reality things are. So if your PC Hume is 50 and the spatial Hume is 25, you have a plus 25. Therefore, reality dice is 1d6. You roll your ability, they roll theirs, done. Wowzers, you have 100 Hume and it has 150 Hume. Therefore, reality dice is 500, 5d12 and you get fucked. Match themes, do that. Which, again, if you are playing a fast character, you will never deal with any of this. Thaumaturgy, theme matching, difficulty to cast, Kiva backlash. I'm kind of going fast through here because it's just a lot. Attribute rating of 10. Wow, look everyone, you can do the attribute 10 ratings. Yeah. SCP character points, calculate substats. Yippee. Sorry, it's a threat level 5, 50 combat guy. Here's how to make your own SCPs, which is really not that much. Yeah, here's your you want to make a playable SCP, here it is. And then some wiki SCPs. Have no fear. The equipment section, really not all that. Not that, cool. It definitely exists. Nothing really too far outside of there. Yeah. I believe this is just the sample adventure. So, kind of blew through the ending there a little bit. But it's a lot of the same kind of things. Is SCP-2 better than SCP-1? Yes. I will say that. It is a better game. There is a caveat there, which is to say, the first edition of the game was not very good. The second version of the game is still not great. there are some issues, mostly when it comes to writing, and mostly when it comes to like oh, I want to like sell you my own product inside my own book, which is weird. Um, you also get a lot of just poorly written aspects. Now, this is not. It's one of those things where there are multiple issues when it comes to just the writing and presentation. Like, fast characters are simply like. They are different entities. A fast character and an advanced character are two separate creatures. And if you accept the fact that they are completely separate creatures, life gets a lot easier. However, it's also kind of frustrating when you are going through the book and it's like, okay, as a fast character, you just miss out on things. You just don't have things. Or it's a lot of flipping through and it's a lot of this and it's a lot of that. And it's like, oh, well, actually, here's this little note that says that you don't do it that way. It's all unique. Oh, okay, well, we chose to do it something different. Oh, well, we chose to have 10 of these. Okay, where do you get these numbers? Oh, we just made them up, effectively. And it's like, okay, I feel like I'm losing my mind. When it comes to the changes made are not bad. I think most of the changes made are in the spirit of good. I just feel that some of those changes are made by a lunatic. Is the SCP RPG a flawless masterpiece? No. Will someone like it? Yeah, I think so. But I think the thing is with the SCP RPG, and I think with this one in particular, you need to embrace early. And I think you need to understand this early. You are not buying this because of it's a good game. You are getting this because it has SCP on the cover. And I think if you accept that aspect of yourself, life will be easy. If you cannot accept that, then it will not. All right. Good job, Queens. We did it. The SCP game is done. But now, we got one more game. Kind of our capstone. Or, kind of a little bit of a capstone for ours here. So, to help us with Curseborne. This is a game that I've been keeping an eye on for a while. One of the friends of the White Room is a very large VTM fan, and he's been very excited for Curseborne for a while. And I don't blame him because this is an Onyx Path game, and didn't actually make that much money, all things considering, 196, but about 197. But generally speaking, it is new territory, if that makes sense. Different territory. You can't even see here the Curseborne Player's Guide is coming out. Already made its money. Unapologetic monsters, more stuff to work with. You're gonna see, like, this is a... They know what they're doing. So, let's, Ooh. I'm gonna sneeze. Am I gonna sneeze? No? No, okay. So, Onyx Path. I think we gotta start from the top here a little bit. What is the Onyx Path? Back in the olden days, when our good friend White Wolf was getting passed around like a Scottish whore, uh, Onyx Path with Richard Thomas decided that they were going to publish the World of Darkness stuff. But since they didn't own the World of Darkness, they had to make their own. Thus, we got the New World of Darkness, later Chronicles of Darkness. And the New World of Darkness was pretty popular, even though some of them were not as well received. Vampire the Requiem, Werewolf the Forsaken, Changeling the Lost, quite a few different games. Some did really well, others did not so well. You might know a lot about Onyx Path from... Oh, geez. You might be seeing a couple of these various games there. They got picked up, and they published a lot of the White Wolf's old catalog for a while. They were pretty much the big ones. They started going into their... How do I want to word it? They started going into their own set of games after a while. Let me do Onyx Path games. Let me see if I can find all of the games. Let's see, Trinity. They started making like Cavaliers of Mars, Dystopia Rising, Legend Lore, Realms of Pugmire. A couple different games they started publishing kind of independently. Their first big one that's really them was Curseborne, and technically Scarred Lands. Even though Scarred Lands is quite literally it's 5e. Let's not kid ourselves. It's like Scion, Trinity, and things like that. But Curseborne was their first kind of we're doing our own thing. There's been a few of these. Let me see if I can find where's the backer kit. Let's go to the backer kit now. Yeah, raised on Kickstarter 196, created by Onyx Path. Let's go to backer kit because they've been doing a few different ones. You can even see here. Backer kit is pretty much the main place where people do TRPG stuff now because they have to. At the gate. Yeah, you even kind of see here like Onyx Path is making their own legally distinct Exalted, inspired by old JRPGs and stuff like that, but created projects you kind of see. Monster Kingdoms, where we're fearless rulers. Right here, 77,000 backers. Oh, Realms of Pugmire, Unleash, Exalted Essence, Trinity Continuum, all these different ones. Kind of more going further and further into it. Monster Kingdoms. Quite a few of these. They've been trying to make their own... Onyx Path has been trying to make their own world separate from World of Darkness, because that's what people really knew them for, was World of Darkness. But World of Darkness, and in turn White Wolf, got purchased by Paradox, and they stopped kind of giving the okay for a lot of World of Darkness stuff, which is kind of scary if your main revenue stream came from World of Darkness products and the people you are renting it from effectively say, we're not going to support you anymore on this. Yeah, hey, your business is going to collapse. So what do? Well, you made our own. And that's really what Curseborne is. It is, fuck you, we're making our own World of Darkness. And not pivot, we're making our own. And that's what they did. This Curseborne is very much Onyx Path's personal thing. Like, that is, Onyx Path wants to make their own brand new, from the creators that brought you Yeah, they're going very hard in on that. Let me see if I can find Curseborne. Let's see if I can find the Onyx. Not Onyx. Onyx Path. So you can even kind of see if we click on the current project, Story Path Ultra. Yes, it's Onyx Path literally. Yeah, Onyx Path made Story Path Ultra, which is effectively Storyteller. It's Storyteller with some slight differences in it, and it knows what it is. And I like it when it knows what it is, but there are some things that kind of look at you and yeah, it gets a little bit weird. Yeah, you enter the dungeon, They are very much pivoting, if that makes, yeah, they are pivoting pretty hard into doing their own stuff. Scarred Lands, you know, they're trying to make the Monster Kingdom stuff. The third game of the Earthbane cycle, second game of the Earthbane cycle. Don't really know what the Earthbane cycle is, but I guess it's, fuck it, it's what it is. So, what is the Earthbane cycle? I wish Earthbane collection of fantasy RPGs. At the world below, at the gates. Yeah, the world below, at the gates, Monster Kingdom. So all of these are all part of the same thing. I'm like, all right, fuck it. Of course, we've got Exalted. Exalted can never have any. Nothing ever good happens to Exalted. Always remember that. Yeah, but you even kind of see like, yeah, Chronicles of Darkness and World of Darkness. Yeah, we do that stuff. But hey, look at new stuff. But yeah. But we do have some interesting characters with Curseborne, which is going to inform a lot about how things look. So the main writer, you can say, is Danielle Lawson. Uh, this is our main person. They are the main writer, Danielle Lawson. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Now, if we look at her resume, Chaosium, a lot of 7th Sea stuff. Magpie Games, Wicked Fate, okay. Onyx Path, Beast the Primordial, Vampire the Requiem, Trinity Continuum, Vampire the Requiem, Scion Hunter, Scion Trinity Mage, Player's Guide, Trinity. A lot of addendums of this, like, yeah, it's like game development. We don't really know how much they did of those. Game writing, Angry Hamster, Onyx Path. A lot of Trinity. Lot of changeling here. I think that's a really big one that you're going to notice a lot of. A lot of changeling. And you may be saying, wow, look, it's a video game. It's not a video game. And I do not know why anyone claims these things are video games. They annoy the shit out of me. They're literally like little CYOA things. I always find them annoying. I don't know like why. But this is our main person. And I'm game developer industry lead, creating both settings and mechanics for role-playing games. Fiction, short, and choose your own adventure novels. Use quick study and specialize in horror, science fiction, historical fantasy, urban fantasy. Write about anything you'd like. For pay rates. Again, like, pay me instead. Remember that. So we've got Danielle, so she's one of our main ones. Then we have Matthew Dawkins. These are part of our major, our semi-major writer, development, gentleman gamer. Order yourself a copy of The World Below. Oh, Monster Kingdom. Dirty Vortex, let me see, Modifius, yeah, Vampire the Masquerade. Lots of VTM. Lots of... I think the best way to think about it is a lot of these guys are Onyx Path regulars. Do you like the way Onyx Path has been going? If the answer is yes, you're going to like this more. If you say no, I do not like the way they've been going, you are not going to like this. Most of their other things are pretty normal. Like nothing too weird. We a lot of conquering heroes. So you kind of see Changeling the Dreaming, Changeling. My guess is that there was a lot of... I think of all these guys know each other and were kind of handpicked by one another based off a couple different backgrounds that they worked on things previously together with. And it's very fascinating in that way. But we had to have a lot of writers and editors and things like that. This is not like a one man show. Like, so we got the Eddie Webb, our narrative designer. Lots of narrative designers. I think that's a very big thing, is like narrative designers. Realms of Pugmire, Weird West, The Walking Dead unavailable. A lot of mobile games. Some personal stuff, some short stories, role-playing games at the bottom. Chronicles of Darkness, Curseborne. Oh yeah, look, Curseborne. There you go. Kind of see even Cartoon Action Hour. We kind of even see again. Spectrum Games shows up again. A lot of Renegade. This guy was Eddie Webb here was actually one of the co-designers for Essence 20 in general. So it's like, oh, we've got different people here. Lots of different work on a few different key lines. So again, it's kind of like that set up to how you choose to approach this. And the answer is going to really change the way that you want to look at it. Also, the ash can is free. You can buy it now, or you can buy the actual version of it for actual money for whatever fucking reason. Maybe you're just stupid. I don't know why you would. I don't know why people would buy an ash can. That seems so strange to me. Game's not officially out yet. That's the secret. The game's not officially out yet. I got I managed to get a copy early, so let's get to it though. So I say open sesame. Yeah, Dawkins really gets around. Yeah, again, I don't blame these guys. But yeah, like, this is not a... You even see, like, the number of people who... Like, the number of writers here. Also, don't you think I don't see you twice there, Webb? Don't you see I see you there? I don't know. Maybe it's weird that I wouldn't put myself as, like, a developer and then put myself as a writer. I would assume that, like, yeah, no shit, I did both. Maybe that's just a me thing. But yeah, again, how much did each of these people write? It's always hard to tell. Because you can say, ah, yes, Hiromi Kota wrote 90% of the lore for all of these. Or did they write 2 sentences? It's hard to tell. We do not know. And it's hard to get like a good like rundown of who wrote what. Obviously, it's not like blaming anyone. That's just the nature of how these games are made. But so I'm going to give you all an example here. The game starts on page let's see. The game really starts on page 176. Halfway through the book, do you actually learn how to play the game? So what we're going to do though is we're going to do a little bit of a running through just to give everyone a little bit there. I'm going to ask this question though first. And I want you all to understand this. Have you played World of Darkness before? If the answer is yes, I have played World of Darkness before. Give me 1 second, I think something broke. There you go. Hello. If you have played World of Darkness before, congratulations, you have played Curseborne. That's it, you have played Curseborne. If you have not played that World of Darkness before, well, yeah. So I'm gonna do my best to explain the lore. So there are the cursed or the accursed. Who are the accursed? The accursed are individuals who are, through either the actions of others or their own misfortune, have become cursed. Curses are things that drive you to do things. Some curses are familial, some curses are blood, some curses are simply bad luck. And as an accursed, you have access to cursed places. Cursed places can be a lot of different weird shit. Curses generate magic in the world. And the more magical shit there is, the more cursed things are. However, things can get really weird and really unfun. Effectively speaking, it is World of Darkness, but we've shaved off a lot of the gothic horror for more I think that's a good way of thinking about it. Not gothic horror, more Wyrd. Wyrd. Things are a lot more mystical and a lot more weird in that front, but it also has a lot more of an angle about being rebels against the man, fighting the powers that be. Are there vampire hierarchies? No, there are no vampires. You are the hunger and you satiate yourself with blood. Uh, are there werewolves? No, there are primals and they operate kind of together, kind of not. If you've played those Chronicles of Darkness games, if you've played Requiem, if you played Forsaken, played Dreaming, not Dreaming, Lost, they follow the same format there, but not very rigid. There are families and there are lineages and there are people involved, but is there a society? Nah, there's a society as much as like a game can make a society. You are just accursed, fighting over territory to make sure that you are more powerful or to keep yourself from going bananarama insane, or to just simply keep surviving. On one hand, I really like some aspects of the world. I like the idea that there are like distorted spaces, there's more magical bullshit going on, because I really like Changeling the Lost. If I were to say Curseborne owes its legacy to anything, it would be Changeling the Lost. A lot about found family, a lot about kind of rebelling, a lot of those like I'm a rebel against the man kind of thing. Arguably, you could make the like if you double down, you could say this is the natural successor to Changeling the Lost. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Very much depends on how you perceive things. Uh, do you like Changeling the Lost? If the answer is yes, I love Changeling the Lost, then yeah, you're gonna like this. If you're like, I like Vampire. I think the thing is, do you if you like Vampire the Masquerade, Curseborn is gonna feel weird. It's gonna feel weird, it's gonna read weird, it ain't gonna be that. If you like Changeling the Lost, if you like some parts of Requiem, if you like parts of not really Forsaken, Forsaken kind of did its own thing. But if you like kind of more of the generic aspects, then the world's really interesting. And they actually put a lot of care into the world. Can I read out the entire like lore, deep lore for you? No, I'm not going to because that's just kind of annoying. Like I'm not like trying to be like I want to ignore that. It's written very whimsically, if that makes sense. And that whimsy can be kind of annoying to read out. Like it makes sense. Like yes, it's like oh what's a liminality? Liminalities are like places between places, and they're fucking weird. Yes, battlegrounds is where cursed creatures beat the shit out of one another. Things get weird there. Oh, spooky houses. One of the funniest things, which is lost ages. People call them epochs, and they are liminalities that are not a space but a time. Finding or stumbling into one is exceedingly rare. The most recent chronicled epoch was somewhere in the early 1990s, around the time of the Cold War was considered finished. A new world had dawned, and with it, a new epoch emerged. Another occurred at the start of the Great War in 1914. Occurs speculate as to when the epochs occurred, with many guessing that September 11th, 2001, in the United States of America, the only country on Earth, was one. The archivists maintain the epoch is still washing over the world. It's too early to declare a new world state. The rafters hotly debate this claim. Yeah, most of the world people in the liminal epoch. A small percentage remain in the prior epoch. Lost in a world where 99% of the world's population just disappeared, became blank-faced avatars, or transferred into world-eating imps or worse creatures. Yeah, effectively time like yes, here's a new timeline. We're now creating some people just get lost in previous timelines, and it's like that's kind of funny. A lot of little things like that. A lot of little things. So we've got our major groups. The dead, the hungry, the outcasts, the primal, the sorcerers, and the not much else. They all kind of operate on the same wavelength, if that makes sense. But these are our lineages, and everyone's got torments and damnations and shit like that. I'll do my best to explain torments and damnations. Character creation starts at like the end of the fucking book. Though I will say that it is very late into the game that they get around to explaining character creation, because this is not character creation. This is pre-character creation by a long way, I should add. But so we'll go down to welcome to the dead. Who are the dead? You're dead. The fuck over an oracle, seer, wise woman, or someone goes, yeah, no, you're not quite a ghost. You're not quite a ghost. Uh, Things get a little bit weird. So you've got your lineage path, and then you got your damnation. Like what's going on now? As a damnation, as your lineage, the thing that makes you you. Every damnation has a problem. They have got an urge, and the only way to do that if they succumb to it. So, as a major path, if this is your major thing, you have some urges. So, what's your damnation though? Well, your damnation is somewhere on here. Let's try to find it, everyone. Push the character limit as a major path that can choose their urge, which tend to be actual emotion, be the expression of vice or sin. It's informed by their family. So, let's see if our urge here. So, Fury family, Maven family, Poltergeist families. Oh no. Oh, oh no. The urges take over them. So, as the dead, you are effectively compelled to succumb to problems like this. These are not very good. Stillness, pessimism, nihilism. Repeating cycle. Curses drive them. So, your torment, here, as you see, our torment, is something that if you succumb to your torment, you succumb to the thing that makes you you, well, things go on. Yearning for life. If you become corporeal longings, damned to repeat the cycle, and things like that. If you succumb to it, you succumb to your problem, you get curse die. Curse dice are very important, because if the more curse dice you have, the more powers you're allowed to use. However, curse dice can also fuck you up if you roll poorly with them, which we will learn later on. Now, we are playing with John Callisto, and as John Callisto, we're trying to become, we're doing what we do best. We are not that. We are part of the hunger. That is who we are. And we're not very good at our jobs. Got all of our various abilities here. Let's just zoom through all of these, all the different kinds of ghosts, all the different kinds there. The hungry. All right. What do we do with the hungry? We eat life. Redemption. How do we redeem ourselves? We can help. Is that all there is? Outcasts and sorcerers, mortal human, technically. So what do we do? Well, generally speaking, we eat things. Yeah, we like to drink blood because we're fucking vampires. The stronger we are, the more we can do that. Cool. You kind of see, oh wow, one hit here. This will make sense later. All right, so it's, oh, we're just vampires. Well, the problem is we have our damned hunger. We can drink blood to satisfy ourselves, but we really want to get the real hunger. The real hunger. We need to really buy. We need to really go down there. Right? Like, we really need that. Because that's what we like doing. We do have Nocturnal Predator, we have Undead Strength, we get all of these different abilities and different things. Oh, what's our Bane? Ooh, all our Banes. Oh, what's all our abilities? What's all our things here? Very complicated, but that makes no fucking sense because there's no place to put it. Do you have any quotes from the Mommy Slave Isekai? No, I don't have any fucking quotes from the Mommy Slave Isekai. I haven't written that one in a while. It's, how do I want to word this? There's a lot of information here, but this is the actual character sheet, and you may be wondering, where do I put anything? And the answer is you don't. You just kind of got to remember a lot of these things. And it's like, ooh, we got a gusher. Mm. Yeah, undead strength. Ooh, cool. What does that mean? That means we get a bunch of abilities. Bleed curse, get more abilities. Ah, cool. So what's our damnation? Well, we like to fucking eat people. Because we are an Iscariot. Yes, if we when we drink the blood of people, we actually just want to fucking eat people too. Because what are we, everyone? They're Solitariat. The Solitarius. The lone survivor. I'll survive no matter what. Yes, and a lot of different ones of these. Damned hunger, all of our torments. But what drives us to lose our fucking mind? Well, we can just disconnect. We don't feel connection to anything else. It sucks. It's hard. Anything we're neutral on, well, we have a zero with, which is most people, because we're disconnected. Don't forget about all of the vital abilities. Don't forget about all our iron edicts and smokes and shadows. And here's our various vampires. Aesthetics, who hunger for knowledge. The Blackhearts, who hunger for emotion. The Gaki, who hunger for being a loser, I guess. You are what you eat. Heirs, who want to be Larpus Ventrus. God bless Ventru. I just love blood. I love blood. I love killing people. And Iscariots, who just like eating people because they're fucking nutters. Is this body your body, my lord? Then we've got, most of the time, like, it makes a lot of sense, but it's just like, here's a lot of mechanics or something before we even know how the game works. I think it's mostly a layout issue. Yeah, not complicated. But so let's keep going through here. Again, we got our Battleground Angel. They have no fear. Chimeras. I want to play a Druid. I want to play a... Yeah, you're pretty much on a pyramid scheme. I'm a genie. I'm the poster child of the entire franchise. I'm playing a werewolf. Oh, cool. You're playing werewolves, right? Well, don't forget about your wild forms. Switch to not all these abilities. Okay, we got our lineage path, narrative resolutions, maelstrom practices, never forget about all that. You can be a spider person, you can play a werewolf person, you can play Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, to the point where you want to find your own Dr. Jekylls. Or raptors, who are well, they're there. And don't forget about mermaids. You can play a mermaid. Don't forget about Sphinx Catwoman. And then wizards, which are lame. Hello, fellow mages. How do you do? Archivists, faceless, the network, the premier, strength and unity, Reeves, the unburdened. There we go. So we've managed to get through all of that, and we are literally halfway through the book at this point. And we're not quite done yet. This is lore, I should say. Big lore. Now, one of the big things is, again, we're preaching a lot about family. Now you got your lineage, you got your main family, but you also got the people you're in direct contact with your crew. You kind of see here, you're kind of being pulled into multiple directions with different family members. And a lot of those are the nature of the business. And it's like, hey, I want to play a vampire. Oh, well, let's play Vampire the Masquerade. It's not going to be Vampire the Masquerade. Nope. You're getting Curseborne flavored VTM, but you're all kind of like LARPing as VTM a little bit. Oh, that's not how my foot's supposed to go. Ow. City of Secrets, the world beyond, the endless jump possible. Okay, we're making it. All right. So we have now going to learn how to make a check. All right, cool. So let's quick rundown. Roll the pool of d10s. All dice showing 8 or above, and 10s is 2. If dice show hits, add enhancement as additional hits. Cool. We have finally added action-oriented gameplay. Drives the story forward. Alright. So, roll dice. It's a d10 system at the end of the day. All you're going to be doing is taking a number of d10s and rolling and hitting those 8s. If you have ever played, that's why I said if you've played VTM before, you already know what it is. So let's take a look at, let's say I need to make a dexterity larceny check. I need to make a dexterity larceny check. I've got 3 in dexterity and 2 in larceny. Got my 5d10. Roll. And 1 hit. 1 hit. I've got 1 hit. That's not good. I've only got 1. 3 hits. And then we add any enhancements we have. Enhancements come from a lot of different sources, and they are literally just add 1, add 2, add 3. It's as simple as you can make it. Yeah, noted that stacking, that base. Yeah. Multiple times. Usually you'd only apply 1, so if you have like 2 different enhancements, generally speaking, you only get 1. And then you determine success. Cool. Player nets hits equal to greater than the difficulty, you succeed. 3, there are no complications, you're 4 hits. So, straightforward. Digging into a building, attacking someone immobile, carousing with a friend, opening a locked door, opposed difficulty, static difficulty. So, in this, let's say I have a difficulty of 1. Difficulty of 1, and I rolled no successes because I cannot roll for anything, I would have failed. Something bad would have happened. This chart is kind of confusing. Yeah, it's... I kind of look at it, I'm like, what? I think this is supposed to be difficulty, like, 2. Like a difficulty 2 example. But I do not know. So, one of the big things is the idea of complications. So, during a roll, you could say, okay, here's the roll. It's difficulty 1 with a complication, with a simple complication, of complication 1 of you are spotted. So, I'm going to roll my 5 to 10. I rolled, I've got 1. Cool. I have succeeded. I've hit the difficulty. However, because I've hit the difficulty, I can't buy off the complication. This is 1 complication. I can't buy that off, so I succeed, but I'm spotted. The thing is, if you fail, that means you don't happen and the complication does not happen. They are yes, but. And it's very GM dependent. The GM says it, not anyone else. And I think that kind of, from what I've gathered, it's a lot of people saying, I like it, or I don't like it at all. Let's say, for example, I've got my pilot plus my, let's do pilot plus resolve. Let's get it. Let's say I'm rolling 6. 6, and I can roll, okay, I've got 9, 4 successes. Wowzers, 4 whole successes. Good news. Difficulty 1. Complication 1. Then I got 2 extra successes. So, something happens here. I succeed. I buy off my complication. I can now spend additional successes to buy tricks. Tricks are like what we saw with feeding, are like being able to bite into somebody and suck their blood, being able to fucking eat someone, being able to, trying to faint away. It's little abilities that you can per hit. This is a low roll set. This is a low roll game. But each roll has a lot of things with it. Oh, God. So you can not only are doing complications, but you're also buying tricks, and you're also doing all of those different little abilities. Using difficulties and complications. General tricks. Yeah. Assists, bolster, complicate. You do have momentum. If you fail, with her hits, she fails her action. 0 hits, considered an automatic failure. As it was not applied to the action. Failure on an action does not imply a character failed to act. Unsuccessful in some way. Now, if you fail forward. But you also get momentum. What does momentum do? Momentum can be spent for extra successes later on. But momentum is a group currency. So everyone has everyone's failure and everyone's momentum. That's why the idea of bolstering is pretty valuable, because it's, oh yeah. Hello, Onyx Fury. Thank you for following. We are talking about Curseborne currently. Ooh. It's the idea, I write poetry freehand. Living the dream. So we've got our ideas. We've got our roll results. And things can go very badly. I like the idea of the system. I think the system works pretty well. It's very GM driven, though. I will say that. As a GM, you're going to be on the ball 24/7 with this game. Because not only are you assigning difficulties, you're assigning complications, you're managing those tricks as well. Because you got to make sure the tricks can be used in certain ways and kind of also plan for if tricks are used in certain different ways. And keeping track of momentum and keeping track of all of there's a lot of little things to keep track of. Yeah, carries complicated player may choose to turn any failure into a disaster by allowing the complication to proceed even though the action was not successful. Yeah, you get 2 momentum. But there's a lot of ugh. Peace be to the bee. Peace be the bee. Peace be the bee children that look upon you for courage. Strong be the courage that show that you won't be used by anyone. Creative as part of you that's riding and share with everyone. Be a voice that brings joy, and may those who listen to you be brave to share their own talents. Peace be the bee, like that. So yeah, like you've got not only a disaster, you've got a failure, you've got a success with complex consequences, a success and an extraordinary success, and momentum, and it's advantage to work with. Yeah, which momentum can add story elements to a scene too, so that's something you also have to kind of keep a eye on and adjust. Is that good? Is that bad? Is that something that you must consider at all times? Yes. I think that's a very important thing to note. You have to keep that beat going. If you can keep the beat going, you're going to do fine. Yeah. There's advantage different areas. Yeah, you get a lot of different advantages. Oh, don't forget about enhancements because you your advantage can turn into enhancements, which will only trigger if something else happens. But something with different advantages and different head, yeah, it there's a lot of little things here, and it's not difficult though. Again, it's like yeah, now you know the basics, you can play. In use as a player, very easy. I think that's like a big thing. On the player side, I think it is very simple. On the GM side, there is a lot to work with. You kind of see some of these like, yes, deprived. Well, you get all these things. Suffer a minor complication, the character's next physical action. If not bought off, he succumbs to deprivation, takes an injury, taking, eating, drinking. These seem like, oh man, there's a lot of these, but it's very clear when you get a status effect. It's very clear what thing you should be using. It's kind of the, oh, well, you've got this, here, turn to this. My guess is that they're going to probably release, or someone will make, and like wouldn't it be storytellers of all, would it? They're most likely someone's going to release something being like, yes, here's all of the cards. That's like, oh, you have the exhausted condition. Here's the card. Oh, you have the deprived condition. Here is the card. Kind of thing like that. Yeah, some of these are pretty simple. Some of them can be a little bit more complicated, like the sleeping pills. Slow acting toxin, unexpected favor, untrustworthy. So, action sequences, right? Action. Ow. Most action sequences are pretty basic. Most boil down into simple, mixed, reflexive, or kind of like main actions. Simple actions are one dice pool. Mixed are two actions with two separate dice pools, but you use the smallest one. That would be like I'm jumping through the air and shooting my gun. That would be like the jump is one dice pool. The shooting of the gun is another with the penalties, with maybe. So you take the lowest one. So it's like, oh, it's the gun. Like, okay, we fail. I fucked up the jump, but I fucked up jumping and I fucked up the shooting, and now I'm just fucked up beyond all repair. Ugh. Using the lower pool of two tasks trying to accomplish, you cannot perform the same action on two different targets. Yeah, it's overcoming, accomplishing each task separately. Then we got like reflexive, like something is happening and you are now making a check to avoid it or get around it. Most other things are pretty simple to understand. They do use spotlighting more than anything, which is usually using initiative, but initiative is very... Ah, yes, I have the spotlight. Well, I give you the spotlight now. No, you get the spotlight. No, you get the spotlight. Yay! Everyone's cheers and it's a shit show. It do be that way. Yeah, they kind of do be that way, Mr. Stencil. Yeah, the mommy slave isekai is that one's a unique one because it is literally milfsekai. And it's like, ah, yes, I've been isekai'd into the fantasy world, where it do be like that. I've been isekai'd into the fantasy world, where my only, I'm a grown-ass man who really likes older women, because everyone dies at the age of 50, so you become an old lady at like 25. So it's like, ah, yes, I'm here, and I'm going to now fuck. And it's not like, ah, yeah, no, so I'm gonna fuck. You're like, I've bought, like, literally, like, chapter fucking 1 is him walking to the slave market, being like, ah, yes, I've been kicked out of the hero's party. You are my good friend. You are my friend's mom that's been sold into slavery. I'm going to buy you. Say, nah, man, I've always liked you, and then engage in copulation with, like, just like immediate. And they make it a point that he goes back to the home village, cucks one dude is just a cuck. Just was like, sup, ladies? They're like, yeah, I'm like, am I having a stroke reading this? Like, am I the weird one? Like, there's a part of me where I would really love one day just to make the isekai bullshit fantasy setting, where you just take all of those stupid isekai tropes and just double down on them. Like, yes, is slavery that common? Yes. Yes, it is. Is everyone fanatically racist, but also completely okay with each other? Yes. Is there the evil kingdom of evil over there? Yes. Is every single city that same isekai circle city? You're goddamn right it is. Every city is the exact same isekai city. Except if we're dealing with the Korean one, where it's just that singular castle every time. Just double down on it. I'm curious of what the end point of that setting would be. And I think the end point would be fucking insanity. Like, not even, like, funny. It would just be weird. Yeah, we do use range bands, like... I like the range band system. I think it works pretty well. Combat's pretty simple overall. Combat is... How do I want to... Combat is not the focus of this game. I'm gonna tell you that right fucking now. Combat is a situational thing that happens to occur. You can go an entire Curseborne game with no combat, and I think it would do better. Yeah, it's kind of the idea is like if you are being attacked, unless otherwise specified, you pretty much you want to get as many hits to generate your defense, and then they roll to attack you. However, the big thing here is you're taking an action, and that's instead of attacking, you are defending yourself. So that's kind of the back and forth there. Spends enough hits. Also, here's all of the different combat tricks. This is another one of those things where it's like, I think most players are going to like write down like 2 or 3 that they are going to use actively, or there should be a cheat sheet. I think there's a cheat sheet in the back, or someone's going to find and make a cheat sheet for all the little tricks. Because the character sheet itself, the character sheet that is available here sucks. I'm not going to lie, it just sucks. Brother in Christ, I think you're already there. But it's like, yeah, what's range? What's close combat? It's this. What's range combat? It's very simple stuff. Effective, like one thing about it is that you don't have. Yeah, it isn't handled by cover armor, like measured in injuries. Yeah, taking out of combat, some prevent incoming damage. The second you choose to finish, you must take it out status effect. So the thing is, how do you determine damage? Well, damage is equal to effectively the amount of successes you actually kind of hit. Yeah, she may inflict. Yeah, Characters depends difficulty. Once a player spends enough hits to overcome the difficulty, she may inflict a single point of damage to the opponent for free. So it's like, as long as you beat their hit, you take 1 damage. Now, this may seem like, well, it's that. You don't actually have that much health, especially when you start getting bloodied or wounded. And you can take those bigger amounts of damage. Like, yeah, you kind of see, like, yeah, you score 4 hits. You score 4 hits on a normal enemy, they are taking 2 damage, which, bump, 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 you're down to a chunk of your health. Again, this is why I say, like, is this a combat game? No, not really. You do get stronger as you do get hit, which I do like. It's just, yeah, just again, it's clearly not the focus. Investigation is a lot more about finding leads. You find a lead, you use the lead to find more things about things. It's not really like a big. No, listen, Vega attempted to harass her for lingering too long at the dock. She doesn't buy it off. His role is difficulty stricken the sign the ship was docked here recently and gets 2 hits. She spends 1 buy of the complicated, 1 hit less to spend on tricks. Yeah. Extra evidence, questions and answers, perfect specimen, gains advantage, unexpected lead. It's kind of the idea like you're getting more leads to track down things. And how do you solve that? How do you solve the mystery? You get a number of leads. There you go. You've gotten a number of leads to do things. Me bottom text. Me with that bad bitch I pulled by being a quirked up white boy. As is known in my ghost costume. You may not like my ghost costume, but this is what peak of ghosting looks like. Yeah, and then we have influence. What's influence? Talking to people. Yeah, social defense of 1. You can try to resist it easier with using integrity, but like, they're solitarius here. Strong composure literally probably has the, how do I want to word it, has the personality of a fucking twig, and he knows it. He's accepted his lot in life. Yeah, not too smart. Leaders, yeah, intimidate someone into doing something. I want to do something there. It's like if you're trying to get rid of it, most of the time it's like you're trying to buy it off. Using, I want to try to break it off. Mm. Yeah, I want to try to fight them off. Like, nah. Your resolver composure at no skill, difficulty 0 to adjust your integrity. Yeah, with my literal composure at 5, I'm an unbreakable fucking edgelord. Oh no. They're solitarius. Oh no. Jacob, I need you to do something for me. What if I just say no, huh? What if I just say no? No. No. They want you to kind of get these more. They're like, oh, well, if you say no, well, oh, untrustworthy stat. You get these status effects, which are bad status effects, but you might build bonds with one another. Positive bonds get two. You get advantage with them. Negative bond gets advantage if you want to fuck with them, i.e. disadvantage. You want bonds are good, but bonds are just one of those. It's just another thing to kind of keep a eye on, kind of like with contacts, with equipment. Like again, weapons aren't real. Again, if you have a weapon, it's a +1 enhancement to an attack action. They are a set of weapon tags. Like for example, brass knuckles are just concealable ward. That is all they do, and I get an enhancement to my basic close combat attack. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 successes +1. I get 5 successes. Beat your defense, and then I beat the shit out of you further. Like a lot of like the tags are just giving you bonuses to certain things. These are heirlooms. These are special gear. You don't need it. You don't need to worry too much about it. So, 223. Nearly over halfway through the book, we are now going to learn how to make a character. How do we make a character? Well, going back up a lot. I think that's like a little annoying, is that it's like, oh, you want to do all these, you have to go back up to like the front of the book to do it. I get why they were doing it. It's still dumb. This is where torments come in. Effectively, by virtue of being what you are, you get a torment. Everyone of your family has to deal with usually usually a group of 3 of these. Then you have yours. I am their Solitarius, survival at any cost. Fucking Jacob here is going to do things to survive if he is in danger more than he is going to do anything else. That is his torment. If he acts with his torment, he gets bonuses. Normally, these are like, use someone else's actions to elevate yourself, do so. Draw attention to yourself out of neediness, especially in an appropriate moment. Provoke a chosen emotion. Push people away or act in a positive act. Now. Congratulations, you've chosen a lineage. Well, actually, before we do anything, you have to deal with your entanglement, which is effectively your power die, your power points. Entanglement 1's basic, 5 is like pretty advanced. It goes up to 10, but not in this version of the game. Curse die, you already kind of know, special dice. As a lineage, you get point there, personal torment, lineage torment, access to 3 spells, and your damnation. Fails to hold back her curse. Yeah, no, you start fucking. I start fucking eating people. I go a little cuckoo. Now, the big thing here is the idea of your lineage and your family path. If you are major on your lineage, that means that is more important to you than anything else. So here, the fact that I am a hungry hippo is more important than I am an Iscariot. This effectively doubles the number of options you have, because it's, oh, I'm major hunger, minor Iscariot, minor this, minor that, minor this, minor this, minor that. I'm a minor hunger, major this, major that. It does change things up quite a bit. It gives a lot of options. Usually, if it's a minor, you get less out of it, but if it's major, you get a bonus to it. You get a lot more out of it, and you get like something special for it. Minor, you just get a lot less out of it, but you don't have to worry about it as much. Choose a family path, same idea. You do get the you do get the motifs. You do have a secret spell. Choose a role. The role is like you get some bonuses. Like, oh yes, you can choose whatever these are. Oh, I want to be all of these. There are not nearly enough of these by default. You can make your own very easily. I went with criminal because Jacob is a criminal. I thought it worked pretty well. Finalize your abilities, get some contacts, get some edges and some spells. You only get five points worth of edges. You don't get that many right off the bat. I went with all of these. Actually, maneuverable is 2, I believe. Nimble defenses. Yeah. I believe you only 5 or number of experiences. Each tax variables is 1 to 3 means okay, so $5 worth of edges. Yeah, so I picked up let's see, I picked up maneuverable, nimble defenses, quick and the dead. I have another point actually. So I mean we're gonna spend it on there. Favor, notoriety, determined silence. There we go. Determined. There we go. And it's like, what does determined silence do? Whether the trading or natural bullhead stubbornness does not give into social pressure. Once foreseen, when influence act fails against your integrity, gain a momentum. That's it. There aren't too many of these. I'll kind of talk about what I mean by what this isn't as scary as it seems. Little aspirations. Why do we want to do aspirations? So you get things. More experience points you get, the more things you were able to buy. Things are pretty expensive, all things considering, but you should be getting these pretty active. You should be getting these pretty actively. It's just you get them actively, but you're going to be spending, but it's going to be like 3 sessions, get a new toy. 3 sessions, get a new toy. 3 sessions, get a new toy. Rather than like every session get a toy, or every like 10 fucking sessions get a toy. Curse dice. So this is the curse dice system. So, oh no, number of dice, held curse dice. So your held curse dice are what dice you have available to you. You start with 1, but you might get curse dice by indulging in yourself. You might get curse dice for being sad about things. Now, if you bleed curse die, you make these go away. Now, if this sounds familiar, this is a little bit of the hunger die system from the VV5. I didn't hate that system. I think it had some issues, but I did like it. I think using dice in this way is not a bad idea. So, gaining curse die. Fill an obligation. Get through someone either in person or linear's torment. There is... The GM is handing you these fairly actively. You kind of want to... If that makes sense. Like, you are wanting to do that. It's like, ah, yes. What rules pool containing more curse it creates altered outcomes. Family and its torments. These outcomes are wicked success and cruel failures. So, what does this mean? It's whenever the fuck it feels like it. That's kind of like one of those situations where it's like, under certain circumstances, the GM should pay attention to things that might happen. Maybe. Because of constant exceptional success or any, the dice are hits, grants more than they're asked for. Alternatively, during quiet mode, the character is frightening, overwhelming, unsettling vision. Yeah, it's like, oh, cruel failures or things go really bad. Effectively, do you succeed or do you fail with an altered outcome? If you so, then things go great. If not, yeah. Here's curse die tricks. Wow, look, you're using all of these abilities now. Again, write these down. Yeah, advances, how to read a spell. Most things are considered spells. Like, I will go down to, I'll do Iron Edict, because I know. Iron Edict. I know this is the one that we have. Vir Solitarius. So, as me, let's say for example, Blood Offering. So, mixed actions suffer 1 injury, gain the inspired status effect as you dictate to yourself. Dictate for yourself. The enhancement from this is from instances of inspired stacks. Cool. As long as I hold 2 curse die, I can activate this. This is not spending them. This is not doing anything. This is me saying, I have 2 curse die currently available. I can use Blood Offering. I use Blood Offering. Great things. If I improve Blood Offering, oh, I got Magnanimity. When you activate Blood Offering, you choose to set it to apply inside to an ally within medium range. Or when I'm hit Entanglement 2, oh, I can pick Blood Curse up. Spells are pretty simple. It's just, do you want to pick up something additional to grab you something nice? You can. If you say yes, great. If not, no. Most are pretty simple to understand. Some can be a little bit goofy, but most of them don't really mean too much to worry about. On one hand, I wish there was maybe some more to work with, but whoa. See, there's like a little fucking fly flying around, it's driving me nuts. Yep, welcome to spells. Spells, spells, spells. More spells. You like spells? We got spells for days. More spells. More. So, how to be a story guide, content, digital play, playing as others, designing stories. Kind of like the very basic of like how to build things, how to do things. If you've GM'd World of Darkness before, you understand the nature of it. Rule 0, changing character creation a little bit. When to roll dice, when to do things, complications, difficulty, advantages. Really, it's about trying to find the best way to do simple things. What is the easiest way to do simple things? And sometimes they're like, let's do it in the most complicated way possible. Other times it's let's try to keep things pretty simple and pretty easy to understand. Like most adversaries look like this. Like, oh wow, it's a shiver. What does the shiver do? Hench people. What's their primary pool? It's 6. So primary, secondary, tertiary. Boom, done. Yes. What is the? I need to find a let's find an enemy here. A host worm. Oh yes, here's the host worm. It's a shiver and it does all of these things. That's it. Like, they're not too complicated to actually make your own thing. Make your own enemies. Enemies aren't too complicated. It's storyteller. Storyteller is never too complicated on that front. And like, yeah, here's the appendix, which isn't that great. Going to be honest, the appendix feels like it shouldn't be. Feels like there's a lot of things. But like, yeah, here's the hungry damnation table. Like, yeah, what does it scare you? Yeah, I need to eat flesh. Some of these are a little bit more specific than others. Is Curseborne good? Curseborne does everything it sets out to do. Do I care for Curseborne? That is a weird question. Because I'm going to tell you something here very simple. Curseborne is not done. Yeah, it's not done. I will say Curseborne will be finished a couple years maybe. This is a launch point. We're going to start here. Does it work? Yes, it works fine. Everything about it works great. No problems, no issues. Is there... It's going to be one of those things that's going to be, here's the Hunger Book. The Hunger Book expands all the hunger options by like 3 times. Here's the Primal Book. The Primal Book adds more shit for primal characters. Here's the sorcerer book. Here's the item book. Here's the book. Here's the book. Here's the book. Here's the book. Effectively, they're going to piecemeal out expansions pretty actively. And each of those expansions is going to be something different. There's going to be adding some new things. There's going to be adding new abilities, new items, new stuff. And good thing? Bad thing? Kind of depends on how you do. Do you want to play World of Darkness? Ask yourself, do you want to play World of Darkness? If you say, I want to play World of Darkness, Curseborne may not be it. And I'm going to say that because it's not gothic horror. It's not. Very different vibes, very different way of approaching things. If you are willing to meet Curseborne halfway, it's gonna do you well. If you're like, there's not a lot here, I kind of want some more, or I want to expand more on that, it's gonna be a waiting game. Will the vampire book come out next month? Probably not. There's the player's guide coming out, which is going to expand out a bunch of things, which may be what people need. People want more options there. Generally speaking, I think the game's decent. My game? Maybe not. There's some little quirks that I'm not there. There's some aspects I like that I'll probably end up stealing, but is it my 10 out of 10 best game ever created by man, Richard Thomas, steal my kidney? No. But does every game need to be the greatest game ever? No. I think Curseborne is going to have its audience, and I think that audience is going to really like it. I think there's going to be some people who want World of Darkness 2 and aren't going to get it that are going to be mad. But if you accept that this is not World of Darkness, it'll serve you more. Curious where they take it. I hope they keep working on it. I really do. I hope it does really well. It looks like it's doing really well, so that's all you can really ask for. So, yeah. Curseborne. People have asked for like the weird World of Darkness case. I know how I want to do it. It's just difficult because it's such a clusterfuck to actually do. And I would probably have to do it during like a big break. I might do it for like Christmas or something just to say that I have. But Curseborne, decent game. But you gotta meet it halfway, and I didn't want to meet it halfway, so I got mad at me. And I think that's the funny part. All right, so you know what time it is, everyone. It's been a while since we've done this. Let's go to Kickstarter. Yeah, Kickstarter. I love Kickstarter. I love Kickstarter, right? Do you love Kickstarter? I know you love Kickstarter. We can never escape Kickstarter. We live in a perpetual state of agony where the only success is that we will eventually die. Trick taking game, everlasting card game. Okay, good start, everyone. K-pop Guardians. Wow, I don't think this is legal in any remote capacity, but here it is. Do they have clothes on? Boa, Jenny, Lee Chai Rin. Oh, yeah, no, there it is. Wait, is it our person? Is it our Salvador Salvador. It's K-pop Demon Slayers, everyone. Otherwise known as Take Your Clothes Off, I Need to Make More Money. I've never watched K-pop Demon Slayers, and I have no desire to. It's very strange how I have, like, no like no desire to watch, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's like the greatest thing ever. It's the best thing ever created by man." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't like K-pop. No, not a big K-pop fan. I don't know, something about it looks weird. I can't put my finger on what about it looks just wrong. Uh, I just don't like it. I know it's by the same people who did Spider-Verse, but I think it's just, I don't know. I can't put my finger on what I don't like about it. I just like, I look at it and I'm like, eh. Even though I know it's made like $8 bajillion. Oh, a stalker horror RPG by The Stalker. Okay, female NSFW version. Why do we? Why do you have the NSFW version? Why? Do you need the NSFW version? Do you? Do you really? That is horrifying. Boobs. But look, it's porn, everyone. Fucking invest more in porn. Big porn wants our money. These are. We're looking rough. Sea Town. Huh. Sea Town. Highly detailed 3D printing terrain tabletop for SpongeBob War Games and other RPGs. Do you want SpongeBob War Games? Tron 3 dice for collectors, bug bursters. Alright, there we go. Okay, we're working with something. We're cooking something. I don't know what the fuck we're cooking, but oh, it's for sensual STL. Why are you all here? Please. Why? Oh yeah, this is the one I saw. DZ's fucking. I saw this, and if you ever want to know why I hold Kickstarter in contempt, understand it is shit like this. The people are fucking sheep. Sheep, I say. Far, far out. Dusk Netherlands. Und mein Gott, it is from the Netherlands. Those Netherlands. Wonderland's War Duel. Caterpillar and White Queen. Death City. Death City, USA. Welcome. Where do you live? On the edge. Candy and Elfie. Wait a second. That's just fucking Iron the stupid Bubble Girl. That's Bubble Girl and Elsa from fucking Guilty Gear. You're not even trying anymore, man. Like, come on. Oh, God. Every day I wake up and it's Space Slave. All right, let's embrace that Gary life. Gary life. What do you play? Gary's life. Hard kickers. Devil of a job. Print and play game. All right, yeah, it's Disaster on Dino Island. Battle Lords. Cartoon crushes. This is just all violent, like. I know they're not gonna have any clothes on for half of these. Like I know, it's gonna pain me. Chaosium. Chaos. Ah, I see. We're bringing back Pendragon. Fucking actually, that'd be 20, 40 years later. Yeah, 40 years. 40 year. kind of cool. Human No More. D&D meets XCOM in a grimdark galaxy. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Just fucking blow my brains out across the goddamn my room. Just just having a fucking comedy moment. Okay, we're gonna a little bit more. We're gonna do a few more, and then we're gonna look at what we found. Promised Land, tabletop war game. Okay. One, two, Creature Punk. I think that's a good place to mork Billy. Fuck you. I'm gonna fuck you. Fuck you, Leatherman. Alright, so Hunting Grounds, a stalker RPG. Obstacles, shade. So okay, so it's already complete, so that's a plus. 7 stock, 14 enemies, 4 victims. Use character build off of or inspiration for your own characters. Play the custom and with a panic system and 40 traits. Shade and panic. I mean, I guess that's. I mean, wondering why this is a. I'm wondering why this is a tabletop game, but you know what? All right, brother. Many games revolve around custom. Oh. Many goals revolve around custom miniatures created for hunting grounds. So you're trying to bank off the idea of using custom miniatures for. Is this really a TRPG then? I'm curious where this goes. I'll do a remind me on that. Bug Busters. Bug Busters, scrappy working class exterminators prick plan from secret alien invasion. In the 90s. In the 90s, you can sail the seven seas. I don't know, Doug and his Bug Busters. Of Erie, Indiana, when Doug and his ragtag crew fought back basements. I guess it's kind of funny. Like, all right, OSR Spirit, top 2 results. So let's see. Characters 4 of tough, cool action dice. You get drum. Roll your dice pool. Best keep the best 2 results. Yeah, okay. So keep the best 2 results. All right. The Doom stack. Whenever your Bug Buster takes trauma, otherwise you mark it physically stacking a black dice on a table. It's the Doom stack, tipping time bomb of tension. That's if you ever topple something terrible, maybe your gear shorts out, maybe you panic, maybe you're unconscious, egglet, or and have an egg down your throat. If your table wobbles, we got a paper version too. What do you mean by a paper version? Like, I think this is pretty cool. I think it's going to be like 95% like it's 95% artwork and it's going to be about 5% actual game, but all right, tell me how it goes. DZ's Deadly Hexes. This is the pornography. This is the porn goblin. Oh, he's Italian. That makes so much sense. Yeah. New romanceable NPC, goblin proof spells, romancing rules. Yeah, this is a. See, I can tell that this is made by an Italian because what he wanted to do was have sex with goblins. Uh, yeah, no, he's very direct with it. He just wants to fuck the goblin. Yeah, no, this is just a 5e book about wanting to have sex with goblins. Big empty blue. The reason this is successful is because you put a porn goblin up front. That is why it is successful. And it's not because of anything else. Shine on, Crazy Diamond. Far, far out. A board game. Death City. All right, we're gonna play a game. Is this Morkborg? Supernatural, occult. Okay. Largely suburban, Yu Yu Hakusho, Hellboy, SMT, Blade, and more. Our own stories. Okay, what? Standalone action. 2d6. Polyhedra core engine. Okay, not Morkborg. It's Polyhedra. Really wants to be. Oh, well, actually, you're Polyhedra. Wait a second, you're Polyhedra. What you made? Toku Legends, Nebula Chaos, Plague Crypt. Yeah, I've never heard of any. I'm gonna say a lot of zine stuff. I don't think it's gonna be like a huge game, but shine on. Slaves. Mm, your own survival journey. Fulfilled through Google Drive. Fulfilled through Google Drive. That's a fucking statement. Uh, g- g- Fulfilled through Google Drive. That's a. I don't know how I feel about that. This is just a completely different fucking game. A lot of print and play stuff. Veilbirds. What's Veilbirds about? Veilbirds needs 5,000 euro. Alright, what's the game? Social Sim, Investigate, Combat, Urban Fantasy, Inspirations, Baldur's Gate 3, Human No More. Right, it's made its money. Istanbul, Turkey. D20 based unique RPG system. Action point based unique dystopian setting. Learn on fly mechanics. Giant games fits on the smallest table. Human No More, D20 base, introduce more tactical depth, intensity, interforce dynamics. I too like using Chat GPT to make my own. All right. This machine kills fascists. But you live in Turkey. Filmed Cambodia cultic games. It can make fun of you because you're Turkish. Don't worry. All right, a non-human role-playing game. I have a strange feeling it's going to be worded very strangely. Beneath the trees. Wasn't this a? Wasn't this a book? Wasn't this like a comic or something? This was like a comic, right? Dim City. Dark and gritty. Creature punk. Sling hacks, snap necks, hack decks. It's creature punk role playing game. Oh. Rules light, D20 only, son. Single D20, cybernetics. One die to play, 1,000 ways to die. Combinate pretty and Warren, gutter HP's a joke, the blood's real, gods don't save corpses. Alright. Furry game? 50? Alright. How much money have you made? You've made your money. Shine on, crazy. Shine on, crazy diamond. Let's check the itch.io, see if there's anything horrific on there, anything cringetronics. Cringenomics, as one might even say. I'm very fulfilled through Google Drive. Alright, let's check out Opinions of the Night, Draw Steel. Let's see. Adorned with a Curse. Short Life of Cursed Warrior. There's like 5 of these games, including Princess with a Cursed Dick. Quest for Glory. Tragedy of the Lost Boy. Tully State Forest. Forged in the Dark supplement for Lancer. Like, this is like nine levels of I hate it. Truly. Roger. Un juego del... Roger. Es uno juego del rol protagonizado por el Norte 707. Un grupo singular de droides B1 con majores experimentales. Algunas más útiles que otras, pero cada una más absurda que la anterior. Speak Spanish. Let's see. We have this Electric Razor, Odin's Guide to Advanced Runecraft, Rune Cairn. This game they re-release this game. It feels like every couple fucking weeks. Dragon Dossier. Highly responsive to cards. Oh no, Scribble, don't kill yourself, please. Crows, a tabletop role-playing. I remember hearing. Swords and Sappho, Ghost on. Nothing too exciting there. What's hip with the kids? Lesbians in mechs. Let me guess. It's a Powered by the Apocalypse. Oh, it's version for Apocalypse Keys. Oh my god, it's Apocalypse Keys Lancer. Oh wow. I love Apocalypse Keys Lancer. That's like 9 levels of fucked up. Oh my. Oh my, oh me. Well, nothing good will be coming here anymore. How can you tell when your RPG is finished? You don't. You will never feel like it's done. The best thing to do is once you've got all of what you consider to be essentials, core mechanics, character creation, basic systems that you feel are important, maybe like an enemy creation system if it's a really combat focused game, then release it. I can guarantee you will never feel like it's done though. There's always something to fix, always something to tweak, and that's the ultimate fucking joke. That is the ultimate joke of game design. It'll never feel like it's done. But yeah, right now it's like once you've got all of the essentials that you feel are essential, even if they're not perfect, like, oh, I could add 20 more spells, I could add 100 more items, or don't do that. add a good nice round number like 20, 20, 30, because it's one of those things where it's like you can expand things infinitely, but expanding things infinitely means you're just not actually doing anything. You are just saying that you are. Your RPG will be finished when you feel comfortable releasing it to real human beings. That's my final answer on things. So, we've had a good time, 4 hours. I am going to go get lunch now. I think I'm going to get sushi, because sushi sounds pretty good right now. Uh, so thank you. Godspeed. Good luck. We had a good time today. I will see you all on the other side. If you would like to indulge more Notepad add-on experience Requiem bottom text, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Come to the White Room if you so please. I am, as they say, away.